The Bills, they're on a short week as they gear up for their final preseason matchup against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Jim Leonard spoke yesterday. In case you missed any of that, it's on demand at WGR550.com. Joe Brady will speak later this morning. Around the NFL, no more booty calls for Mike Vrabel as the Texans acquired wide receiver Kayshon Boutte from the Patriots in exchange for safety Jalen Reed. 49ers owner Jed York was arrested in a local prostitution sting yesterday. Deshaun Watson named the Browns starter over Shedeur Sanders. Rams head coach Sean McVay said he remains undecided on who Matt Stafford's backup will be to start the season. Jets head coach Aaron Glenn said Breece Hall, dealing with the groin injury, is on track to play in Week 1 against the Titans. And Chiefs head coach Andy Reid said, "We'll just see," when asked if Patrick Mahomes, dealing with the knee injury, would play in Week 1 against the Broncos. And in baseball, the Red Sox, they beat the Marlins 4-2 today. They rematch at 6:40. The Yankees play the Astros at 7:05. And the Royals, they play the Blue Jays at 7:07. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Hello, everyone. The gang's all here today. The
we're
Parlay
here.
Kings are reunited. Jeremy and Joe, Owen Parker, Joe Cali, 4 for 4. We're all here.
Just in time for a day where there is no preseason football on, or any football, or any sports of any kind.
I was stunned last
Maybe
night.
the Savannah Bananas play today. Can we do that?
I was stunned there's no game last night. It's Monday. I mean, come on. What are we doing? Monday Night Football. It's supposed to be something.
They do Monday night preseason typically, don't they?
But they do it on Thursday, and then they just say it's Monday Night Football. That's this time of year. Where, like preseason for everyone, I guess. Anyway, no game last night, and the preseason wraps up this week. The Bills will play the Steelers, of course, and then they're done. And games actually go all the way to Saturday, so the schedule is chock full of games this week. Anyway, we'll talk with Sal at 8:30. Joe Brady will meet with the media at 8 o'clock. Mm-hmm. So that's that.
Yeah.
What I miss? I was here yesterday.
You were here yesterday.
And I asked these guys, like, what I miss? What did I miss?
Yeah.
Couple different things.
No big things.
No.
No trades. Hellebuck, nothing.
I saw you post about him last night. You're banging that drum.
Ready. When do we come back? When's the end of cottage season? I don't think we're there yet.
Owen got back from a cottage yesterday.
Okay. That's one.
One guy back.
True. It's true. I made it.
I'm waiting for the rest. When all the GMs get back. Like September 1st?
I saw Lindy Ruff yesterday at the Sabres alumni tournament. He got back yesterday.
Okay.
So
that's a coach.
That's a coach back from, some presumably cottage of sorts.
Yep. I'd imagine. I mean, these guys could be going to Aruba or something too. But yeah, I'm waiting.
Do they know they can do that? That they can just go south instead of going into Canada's wilderness?
Well, you can go south any time of the year. You can't really go north that often and
fair
have it be a good time.
That's a fair point. Remember Ryan Miller and Paul Gaustad went on a European vacation together? We all knew about that. Like they took to Europe for a couple of weeks in one of those off seasons.
Do not remember that.
Yeah, that was a thing.
Miller and Gaustad?
I think so.
Did that?
Might have been more than just those two, but those two definitely took a trip.
I saw that happened while I was gone. Ryan Miller decided to play for the Avalanche.
Yeah, that happened.
The Avalanche had an alumni game, and Ryan Miller dressed for the Avalanche. That seems like that should be illegal.
How many? I said the exact same thing yesterday.
Okay, you're not alumni,
or we should get something. We should get something for that.
Yes. Like or a 7th-round pick.
Or that should be future considerations. That's it. Like you can pick an alumni to play in one of your games.
Maybe that was future considerations off of a previous deal.
Yeah.
Vita Vea signed.
How many times? How many different versions of Miller in the Avs jersey did you have to see from official accounts to decide? I guess that is real and not AI.
I saw it retweeted about 6 times.
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Anyway, good morning, everybody. We're here, and Sal joins us today. 30, the Bills back to work, back to practice, and off we go, closer and closer to the preseason. There's plenty to get to. The Browns, we talked about this a little yesterday, Joe. The Browns did the thing that we knew they couldn't do and shouldn't do, but we're gonna do, which is go to Deshaun Watson.
It's nuts.
It's hilarious. But they're doing it because they're going to throw him to the Wolves for 2 games and then go to Shedeur Sanders, right? And you can't go the other way. You can't start Sanders and go to Watson. In this case, you play Watson for 2 games and then go to Sanders. But the point I made yesterday you weren't here for, we had a little fun with, was I think the Browns, they don't have to stay here in this low rock bottom spot for very long. But I think that the spot the Browns are in right now is worse than any spot the Bills were in during the drought. It's not as long. They've made the playoffs. They might get out of it. But to start that guy who the fans openly hate, and he knows they hate him, and he said that they don't like him personally.
Right. Yeah, like what, man, there never was a season going in where you would have been that upset with a starting quarterback of the Bills.
The way the Browns...
They went in, I remember, was it the first year of Chan, and they ran back Edwards again, and I remember being like, this is a waste of time, but he was cut 2 weeks later.
Yeah, it lasted 2 weeks.
Yeah, and then he wasn't on the team.
Yeah.
Like, he didn't just hang around as the backup. Like, he was just not on the roster anymore. But we didn't, hate his guts personally.
No.
Like this. And after him saying what he said, I wondered if the Browns were, because I think I've seen the theory out there that Watson is just really trying to get himself, kicked off the team so that he can basically be paid to not play football because he's just done with it. Like, I don't want to do this anymore. They hate me. I'm terrible now. I don't have this anymore. But, last year I hung out and didn't do anything, and I got paid $40 million, and that was pretty cool. So I just want to do that. I just want to I want to be paid to not do anything. And is he tanking that? Because when you step to the podium and you talk like that, I think that you're giving up a job. And are the Browns like, you're not getting off that easy. You're gonna work for that $40 million, $50 million this year. Because I don't see any other explanation that really makes sense to me why you would start him. I mean, Sanders, it's not like he's a rookie. He did play 7 games last year. Like, he threw passes. He was played in the NFL. And I hear you about, you can't go to Watson. But, man, if it was bad enough with Sanders, I mean, you could go to Dylan Gabriel. You could do something. You just can't start that guy.
Dylan Gabriel, 3rd-round pick that does not factor into their competitions at all. Which is nuts.
Which is very weird. Yeah. I would never, ever play him. Like, you've got a relationship with your fans that you don't want to crumble. And when you put that guy in the lineup, you're asking for bad things to happen. I think you're asking for everything to be negative, everything to be tense, everything to be it's bad. I couldn't imagine my team ever doing that the day after he said what he said about his own fans.
Yeah, that it's not about my performance, it's that they don't like me.
How about the timing of it? Wait a week. Maybe people forget about it. Like, to do it the next day is insane.
Well, Watson's contract, I saw this from Mike Giannitti yesterday, and this is just kind of, interesting and fun. He has a built-in poison pill. If he's on the roster next year in March 13th, a $200 million salary guarantee kicks in.
Well, he will not be on the roster March 13th.
To which I would say, why can't regular people get that in their contract? Hey, let's have can I get a clause in there that says if you pick up this $200 million option And then the company would just say, like, sure, fine. Tell your friends you got a $200 million clause put in. And then, before that, we will not pick up the option and start a new contract of some sorts. But I just feel like more people should have that. They could say to their friends, I'd like to do. Yeah, $200 million clause kicks in a week. Like, they're letting me live the Deshaun Watson fantasy camp here of salary manipulation. The Browns also, Mike Giannitti wrote, they are afforded the opportunity to designate him a post-June 1 cut before that day. And that will split the dead cap into two numbers of $34 million and $51 million, which are pretty much exactly what the Broncos paid
for Russell
Wilson. Yeah. 34 and then 51. It's off a little bit. That's not that bad. The Broncos made the playoffs in both of those seasons when they paid 34 and 53 or whatever their numbers were. Yeah. Very, very close to what the Browns would be paying Watson.
Okay. So, they will do that. I had seen numbers about if they had cut him now.
127 or something
like that. And they couldn't do it because they don't have enough cap space.
Right. But they can ride out this year and they can have a cap hit that everyone will say is so big and holy cow, how do you overcome that? But teams with dead cap overcome that and make the playoffs all the time.
Well, I don't know if you heard him 2 weeks ago, but 2 weeks ago he said he'd be open to a contract extension. So, although that doesn't seem likely. That is less than Tua is on the hook for Miami this year. Tua's number is like almost $60 million for this season. Now, they are tanking.
And they took it
they're not going to make the playoffs with that dead cap number, but they actually might have one next year, too.
Right. Anyway, Watson. What a time to be alive, to watch that happen for the Browns.
I'm kind of surprised that it actually isn't that bad. Like, that's not that bad. It's 33 and then $50 million. The cap will be, $1 billion.
$400 million.
Because that contract is the worst contract in NFL history. And it's got to go down now as the worst trade in NFL history, right?
Yes.
Like, multiple first-round picks. And if you include the contract, it's even worse. And the fact that it was fully guaranteed in nature, I guess we are far enough into it that it can get to that point where, like, okay, you can actually exit this deal, because the way I've always thought about that contract is you were in it until the very end. Like, you were never, ever, ever getting out of it. You fully guaranteed it. It's such a high amount of money, you can never get out. But I guess, how long ago was that contract signed now? Has it been 5 years?
Yeah, I think so.
Which
is
a
while.
I mean, he hasn't played for them. Well, I guess he has played. It's just been bad. It just could not have gone worse on all fronts. And even like you can do that and it's not that bad, but 7 years later with no production whatsoever, he'll still be costing you $50 million on your dead cap. I mean, that is as bad as it will ever get. Topping that in NFL history will be hard to do, I think.
Yeah. He looked terrible against Bills backups in a preseason game, and then bam, from there it's like, you're the starter for Shedeur Sanders. Who, whatever. It's not like he looks great, but anyway.
No, that's darker right now than I can. What was the darkest time of the drought? Like, what was the darkest going into a season? Like, because this is going to beat it.
Or the darkest moment?
Yeah.
Like
before a year, the least confidence you ever had, or the most mad you ever were at them.
Yeah.
Going into a year, like, this will trounce that, I think.
This is, if I'm making comparisons about a Buffalo sports, how Cleveland feels right now about Deshaun Watson, it's when Bottrell brought back Housley for me. Like, fans want a coaching change. Of course, I carry a very big grudge about him as the single most damaging thing in the history of the organization, Bottrell, who is in the league running another team now. But I feel about Bottrell's run the way that Browns fans feel about Watson's run. Like, how is this still happening? Why are you still here?
Yeah.
You're the starter week 1? You might even like Shedeur Sanders because whatever, like, you think it's a good story, or you like his attitude because of things you like about him. And now they have a bunch of weapons. Like, their weapons look good. A lot of good reports on both Denzel Boston and Casey Concepcion, and they have Harold Fannin, but I don't know.
And meanwhile, the guy you broke up with is looking pretty good Baker. In the last couple of years. They made the playoffs a couple times.
And they play Baker in week 2. Like a Baker revenge game. He can just rip the hearts from the Browns in week 2. They'd probably like that. I mean, if you're a Browns fan, how are you not rooting for them to lose every game? Right? Just let's finally once and for all get to the bottom again. They are loaded with picks.
Are you rooting for Baker in that way, though? Like,
sure.
to make you... Because
I mean, you might think think that they did Baker wrong, and you want Baker to do the job.
Sure, I do, but doesn't that make you feel worse when he just puts it in your face? Like, this is what you're missing out on. Like, I'm good. I'm a really good quarterback, and now I'm going to do it against. Like, I don't know if that would make me feel better, even if I like him. Just every time he would do well against me, it would be like another twist of the knife.
Yeah,
like I said this on Friday. Like, if I'm a Cleveland fan, I have been horrible. I had been horrible for 20 years since I re-entered the league. I had made the playoffs, one time and lost in the wild card round, and I'm a doormat franchise. I got out. I got out of that. I had it. Baker was good. I made the playoffs. I won a playoff game. I came close to winning an Arrowhead. Like, I had a good quarterback. I had exited where I had been for 20 years, and my team just couldn't sit still. They had to go do something else, and now I am right back to where I was before. If I'd sat still with Baker, I don't know that they ever would win the Super Bowl with him. You could, I guess, have a team like Seattle where it could happen one year, but at the least, like, I'm not what I have been for 2 decades, and kicking him out put them after a series of events after that, right back to where they've been, always. They're right back to being the Browns pre-Baker.
Well, now they go to Arch Manning in time.
Maybe.
Good luck to them.
Miami's going to be tough to beat on that one.
It's going to be tough. The Bills will play both those teams and get 3 wins. Oh, sorry, they don't play
Cleveland,
yeah,
right?
That's right. They don't play the Browns this year. They played them last year. Anyway, 803-0550. We're back. We've got plenty to get to on the Bills. Some Sabres chatter as well, because I've got a question that I was asked at the Sabres alumni tournament. You know, just talking Sabres with a bunch of people, saying hi to Lindy, Rob Ray's there, Marty's there. To me, that's almost like there are signs that summer is ending and fall is beginning, and the Sabres alumni tournament is usually one of them. Happens at the end of August. Mm-hmm. So I got some stuff on that for you. I was listening yesterday to the afternoon show, and they had a guest on. Was it Sammy P who said this, Joe Kelly? Who'd they have yesterday? I confused maybe who it was.
The question on Brady and all that.
On Joe Brady.
It was just a caller, it seems.
Okay, good. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's a caller that sounded like Sammy P, Sam Panayotovich. And it was about Brady and like the outcomes. What's the most likely outcome for Brady? Mm-hmm. Whether they take the step forward or they take a step back. And I guess I was thinking about this also yesterday when thinking about where the Bills are. And I don't think, boy, what's the number I want to put on this? What percentage of Bills fans think that they will take a step back because of the coach? And is that number 0?
No.
It's not 0?
It's not 0.
Is it 3%? Because of the coach.
I want to say it's like, of all fans?
Sure. What percentage of Bills fans are worried about that as a realistic scenario?
I was going to say like 5%,
okay.
5 to 10%.
Super low, right? Super low.
I think so, yeah.
As long as Brady's offense is good, we do this all the time in football. We're going to assign the side of the ball you're on. Was that good? If that was good, you were good.
Right.
And unless he is, I don't know, losing challenges all the time, something McDermott did, or if he is blowing game management grossly, something McDermott occasionally did, I just think that if the offense is good, Brady is going to be looked at as doing a decent job. And if the defense is bad, that's not his side of the ball. He doesn't do the roster construction. The Bills, during that rain delay for the Bills and Browns game, they showed the blue and red, and there's clips about all their decision making. And in those clips, Brady is talking about watching the GM and watching the front office go to work like he's a passenger, like he's seeing them do what they do is pretty cool. Like he's not up there telling them who to pick or what to do. They're kind of, Brandon Beane's the GM of football operations, the president of football operations, and the GM. And I just get the sense that if the defense is bad, no one will put it on Brady. I probably won't. The same way that when the offense was good, no one gave flowers to McDermott. Mm-hmm. We tied McDermott to his side of the ball.
Any offensive failure sometimes would,
right.
He's getting in the way.
Right.
And yet, would you ever do that with the defense? Brady's getting in the way of the defense. It's just not the same animal.
No, it never works that way. You would never say the offensive coach takes over the defense and tells them how to play. No one ever thinks that happens. But the flip side, people think that happens all the time.
Right.
So this conversation about Brady and what are the outcomes, I feel like the most likely outcome is they don't win the Super Bowl and they finish in one of the 3 spots that they've finished in before, which is in the AFC Championship game, or I should say the 2 spots, or the divisional round because they don't lose in the wild card. The most likely scenario is they have the same season that they've been having. Right? And
yes.
No one, I shouldn't say this because we have to see the games, but going in, I don't know that anyone thinks that the coach is going to be a limiting factor to that. At least I don't hear it a lot.
I don't hear it a lot either right now. Did we hear it a lot when he was hired? Like right after he was hired? That's the one weird thing about football. I was thinking about this with DJ Moore yesterday. Like how I think about DJ Moore, which right now is pretty good. And how I was listening to a fantasy podcast yesterday about DJ Moore. Like, oh, it's going really well there. Like he's moving up rankings. He's moving up ADP lists. How do Bills fans think about him? Pretty good right now. He's not played a game for the Bills yet. And I guess you could apply this to Brady also. Football is so different than the other sports because you get a 7-month sales pitch on something that you might not like.
Right.
Right? So if I pulled up right now the tweet, whoever tweeted first, that Joe Brady was going to be the next Bills head coach, if I went to the replies on that and looked at what Bills fans' immediate reaction to what was, it might have felt like, they all think they're going to take a step back this year because of who they just hired as the head coach. There was not a lot of confidence in, wait, you did that? I remember not believing it was possible the week leading up. They're they're actually going to do this.
Right. I remember telling you, from what I'm hearing, you should not rule out Joe Brady.
Right. And
do not rule that out.
I still wanted to not think that it was going to happen.
Because many of us had ruled it out because we thought it was a bit of a half reset.
Definitely.
Not enough of a reset.
And explaining away playoff wall, that doesn't make sense. You're going to hire this. Right. But you get a 7-month sales pitch on it.
Yep.
So how do you think about it now? Right. I kind of feel the same way. How would it arrive at the coach is the reason that they're taking a step back, which with this team, what is that? Is that missing the playoffs? Yes, obviously. Is that losing in the wild card round? Is that it? Is that the only other middle ground between taking a step back?
Yeah.
Basically, they just lose in the wild card round?
I think so, because they just, for the first time, didn't win the division. You could make the argument that was the step back. So if they finished in the same spot and finished second in the division, it wouldn't be the first time that happened. It would just be, that's what you did last year, and get in the playoffs and see what happens.
And I guess if they did miss the playoffs, it would be crazy.
That would be bedlam.
It would be bedlam, and I guess would he get a lot of the blame of that, would it be, hey, they got injuries? Would there be some way of explaining that away?
I think if they miss the playoffs, it's almost hard to envision that they would.
Okay, then the only other outcome for them taking a step back is wild card loss. And is he getting the blame for that? Guess we got to see how it happens, right? If there's some big mistake in the wild card round, what if they just get beat? They just get beat. There's no, oh my, what did he do with 25 seconds left? Why did you call this? Why did you make that punt decision? If it's not that, they just get beat. They just lose by 10, and they're controlled in the game by whoever. Pick a team. Jacksonville. Is that then going to be put on the coach? I think it could get there, but it would have to be in the moment that people would consider after it happens. Okay, they took a step back, and I think I'm looking at the head coach for that. We put everything on the head coach. If you really want to, you could put anything on the head coach, and right now there's no negatives to do that with. So I think it could get there, but right now, I don't know. I don't think people are going into the season thinking he is some negative that is going to cost them playoff games or cost them making the postseason. I don't think that's in the cards. But again, I don't think there was a lot of confidence in that hire when it did first happen. And what was that based in? Probably that a lot of people didn't like the way the offense looked or played.
I mean, they score a lot.
They did, but
they score a lot. But it's down to the finest parts of the way their seasons end.
And the approval rating of their offense the way it was run, probably wasn't super high right after the season.
Yeah.
Even though they ranked really high. So I think you're right. Right now, that's in the single digits. As the season's going on, if there are things people don't like what they see, they could always make it about the head coach if they want to.
803-0550 is our phone number, and 1-888-552-550. We may revisit our conversation we got into yesterday. Owen and I talked for a while about the idea that NFL players, when they get waived, can go back to college.
Yeah.
This Cleveland tight end. Had some good chatter about that. Maybe get some more calls on that as well as we talk about it for the first time ever. So if you're not aware of that story, we'll get to that a little bit today as well. Your phone calls, Sal Capaccio breaking down practice from yesterday, and all that good stuff. It's Jeremy and Joe here on a fall-like Tuesday, another fall-like Tuesday. It's going to be a little warmer today, but the temperature shift the last couple of days has been noticeable. The high today, 75, back into the 80s next week, so we still got a little dose of summer coming. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. The Browns, we talked about this a little yesterday, Joe. The Browns did the thing that we knew they couldn't do and shouldn't do, but we're going to do, which is go to Deshaun Watson.
It's nuts.
It's hilarious, but they're doing it because they're going to throw him to the Wolves for 2 games and then go to Shedeur Sanders, right? And you can't go the other way. You can't start Sanders and go to Watson. In this case, you play Watson for 2 games and then go to Sanders. But the point I made yesterday that you weren't here for, we had a little fun with, was I think the Browns, they don't have to stay here in this low rock bottom spot for very long. But I think that the spot the Browns are in right now is worse than any spot the Bills were in during the drought. It's not as long. They've made the playoffs. They might get out of it. But to start that guy who the fans openly hate, and he knows they hate him, and he said that they don't like him personally.
Right. Yeah, man, there never was a season going in where you would have been that upset with a starting quarterback of the Bills.
The way the Browns...
They went in, I remember, was it the first year of Chan, and they ran back Edwards again, and I remember being like, this is a waste of time, but he was cut 2 weeks later.
Yeah, it lasted 2 weeks.
Yeah, and then he wasn't on the team.
Yeah.
He didn't just hang around as the backup. He was just not on the roster anymore. But we didn't, hate his guts personally.
No.
Like this.
preseason matchup against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Jim Leonard spoke yesterday. In case you missed any of it, it's on demand for you at WGR550.com. Joe Brady will speak today. No more booty calls for Mike Vrabel as the Texans, they acquired wide receiver Kayshon Boutte from the Patriots in exchange for safety Jalen Reed. 49ers owner Jed York was arrested in a local prostitution sting yesterday. Deshaun Watson has been named the Browns starter over Shadur Sanders. Rams head coach Sean McVay said he remains undecided about who Matthew Stafford's backup will be to start the season. Jets head coach Aaron Glenn said Breece Hall, dealing with the groin injury, is on track to play in Week 1 against the Titans. Chiefs head coach Andy Reid said, "We'll just see," when asked if Patrick Mahomes, dealing with the knee injury, would play in Week 1 against the Broncos. In baseball, Red Sox, they beat the Marlins 4-2. Today, they rematch at 6:40. The Yankees play the Astros at 7:05, and the Royals play the Blue Jays at 7:07. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
And what's the more likely scenario come January or February where do we look back and say, man, we've missed McDermott? Or do we look back and say, maybe we should have moved on a little sooner because of how well Joe Brady has done? Just want to get your thoughts on that.
There's the call from yesterday. I referenced this bit of a jumping off point this morning. It is nearly impossible, and I say this as someone who thought Sean McDermott was a good coach. It is nearly impossible to envision a scenario where the season ends in the postseason and we say, wow, they really missed McDermott. Without even trying to say anything negative about him. It's nearly impossible to imagine it. Write the script for they lose in the playoffs and you say they really missed McDermott. Is it that they're what?
I mean, the only starting point I would even have would be that they give up like 48 points,
which they do in the playoffs all the time.
They really don't, though. It's remembered as though they did.
Right. In games that they lose, though, it's they give up a lot of points. Right. You're saying they would have to give up even more.
Yeah, more.
Which is kind of a tough ask. And if you did that, you wouldn't say you missed McDermott. You would say, why can't this team ever make stops on defense? And I feel like that probably goes to the roster, blah, blah, blah. But I can't even write the script for the season ends and a good large amount of fans say they really missed McDermott. And again, I say that as someone that thinks he's a good coach and could have ultimately gotten him over the top with better talent on defense.
Yeah.
He did make mistakes along the way. I just don't know what it looks like.
Yeah, like his last 9 playoff games, he averaged 24 points given up. Like, since 13 seconds.
Right.
Since 13 seconds, he averaged 24 points given up in the playoffs. And it doesn't feel like that. So it won't matter, right? Like, 31 is going to look like, well, it's the same thing. You know what? Maybe there's only, like, one very specific outcome where it could happen, and that's if they got cooked by Lamar in the playoffs.
Okay. Fair.
How about that?
Yeah.
Because McDermott twice has shut him down. I mean, relatively.
One time they got pretty lucky, but yes.
The second time?
The second time.
Yeah. That might be the only because Mahomes doing it's going to be like, well, Mahomes does it anyway. Or if Burrow does, it's like, well, he already did that to us. Bo Nix, even. If it's Jackson, then maybe it's different. You're right, though. Like, there's not many games that could happen where that would be the takeaway. Unless he was a coach that beat them in the postseason.
Fair. Okay. But you found the one scenario.
But he's not coaching this year.
You found the one scenario.
Yeah.
But it's hard. It's
like,
hard to picture.
Next season, he goes and coaches the Chargers, and he beats them. Like, otherwise, no. Yeah, it's he has a reputation that he was horrible in the playoffs on defense. And there are a lot of numbers that do back that up. And the EPA per play, I mean, if you include the 13 seconds game, of course, like anything could look worse, the Chiefs games. But it will only happen, I think, if he beats them, or again, I think if Jackson cooks them like in a big way, then it'll look like, well, you know what? You had a coach that did relatively well against him in the playoffs, and you got rid of him, and now you lost to this guy.
803-0550. There was a trade yesterday in the NFL. The Texans acquired Kayshon Boutte from the Texans. The Texans acquired him from the Patriots.
From the Patriots, yep.
And the deal is a very, very cheap deal. Benjamin Solak on this exact deal of ESPN, basically, I'll tell you what he said about it, which I like this take, which was that it's a great example of the internal perception of a player and maybe media perception of a player being very different, because it's a 6th-round safety and a 7th-rounder in 2028 for Boutte. And look, what do you have to do if you're Kayshon Boutte to make that price worth it? His suggestion was 400 receiving yards. And as someone over here who is refer to myself often as a Kayshon Boutte truther, he is very good. I think, as a deep threat especially. He and Drake May had tremendous chemistry most of his time there. He was always the odd man out. Everyone the whole time thought that Boutte was going to be the odd man out when they added Dobbs and A.J. Brown, and they have a draft pick sunk into Kyle Williams and whatever. Like, they made over their receiving core. And Boutte to the Texans, I know he's down their depth chart. If I were in New England today, I'd be saying you should not have done that. You should not have sent him to Houston. Right. That's a team you played in the playoffs last year. And I know. Like, sometimes we have these conversations about, should you limit who you trade with? Should the Bills have traded with the Chiefs? And on and on and on. But, man, I think it's a player that is a difference maker, is a role player that changes the way you have to play because he's so good down the field. Maybe you don't trust C.J. Stroud, but, like, Boutte and Nico Collins as a 1-2 because Boutte will go in and replace Jaden Higgins. I do not like the trade for New England. I know he was expendable to them. I do not like the trade for New England.
Right, at that point, if that was the price, wouldn't you just say, like, can I find someone in the NFC that'll just swap 7ths?
Let me just get him somewhere else, because it's a bit like the Worthy trade to me, which, again, didn't really amount to much other than one game that mattered a lot.
Yeah.
That trade might go down as one game that mattered a lot, especially as we see Dwayne Carter maybe struggle to make this roster. Like, if Dwayne Carter gets cut, that was the piece the Bills were really excited to add when trading down in the Worthy trade and blah, blah, blah. And that trade, which I spent a lot of time worrying about, might end up being nothing more than one game that mattered. But that game mattered a lot. So I feel like for the Patriots and the Texans, that's how I feel about this. Like, wait a minute. That's another team that's thought to be at the top of the AFC. They need a thing. Don't give them the thing. Why would you, for a 6th and a 7th?
Right. The real reason that they're doing it, I think, would just be they're trying to do right by the player.
That's what they've said. Yeah, the media in New England has said that exact phrase multiple times. They want to do right by him. Okay, do right by him by sending him to Arizona. Send him for a 6th-round safety and a 7th-round pick.
Right.
I don't like it for New England. I like it for Boutte. And again, nobody really trusts C.J. Stroud, so maybe I'm talking about something that doesn't matter too much. But I think he's a good player.
I think it matters. You're bailing out. You've got a team in your conference that people have picked to go to the Super Bowl. Like Nate Tice did that. I don't know if anyone else has done it.
Plenty of people are picking them to go pretty far. There's a lot of belief in them.
Yeah.
If Stroud is even average, because the defense might even be better.
So that's a team that you should be. If you're New England and you're trying to go back to the Super Bowl, if you're anybody in the AFC that's trying to win, you should be thinking about Houston. You should be worried about them. You should be respecting them as a threat, and here they are in trouble. Preseason, all our receivers are hurt. And we've got Nico Collins, and what else after that? And why you would bail them out for free, basically, even though I know the player is not, an all-pro. Like, he's, never hit 600 yards in 3 seasons in his career. But why you would even just bail them out? Why are you coming to their rescue? Yes, there's doing right by the player, but to what extent do you really want to take that?
Right.
And here would be one where I would want to stop short of it and be like, hey, like we don't want to block you from an opportunity to play. Let's just work on finding another place to put you than this place, because I would feel good about where they're at right now if I'm an AFC contender. Like, I'm worried about them. Their defense is great. That's a place I could take advantage of them. They have no one else to throw to except for one guy. And I can just throw everybody at Nico Collins. Now, Like, okay, maybe Booty gives them something where I can't do that. And, like, thanks, New England.
Yeah.
Why'd you help them? Because now I've got more to deal with offensively on their front because you gave them this out.
There's another one small layer to this, which is kind of funny. So Booty caught a touchdown pass on Derek Stingley in the playoffs, and he also caught May's first career touchdown pass to Keyshawn Booty.
He had a good playoffs. I mean, he averaged 40 yards per game and he had a touchdown.
Drake May has completed 2 deep touchdowns to Booty with Derek Stingley in coverage. That's the Houston, tremendous corner for Houston. Stingley has allowed 2 deep receptions on 34 targets against all other quarterbacks in the last 3 years.
Yeah.
So it's almost like not only did you trade a guy that's way down your depth chart that people had a little trouble understanding because they think he's kind of good, but Houston acquired the only guy that beats their best corner. It'd be like if the Jets got Stevie Johnson in the Revis years.
Yeah,
this is the only guy that beats him. Let's get him.
Right.
That's what Houston got. I'm not telling you it changes the landscape of the AFC, but if you're Houston, maybe they value him because we've watched him beat us.
Right, and it's the time of year. Like, how many starting caliber available receivers are there right now?
Oh, yeah, right.
Like, Keenan Allen signed in Indy, and he had a way bigger year last year than I had remembered. But there are not a bunch of guys out there that are just ready to plug and play as a starter, just to any degree. Like, just to be out there and be respectable. Be a guy that could catch 600 yards even. And you gave them one. You allowed them to get one, where maybe they wouldn't have found their way to a guy if you had not traded with them. So, yeah, there also is growth opportunity. Like, he had 46 targets last year.
Yeah.
12 yards per target had to rank near the top of the league, I would imagine. The season he had statistically, I know it's only 550 yards, but man, when you get 550 yards on 46 targets, that's a really good outcome. And if he becomes a guy that suddenly is getting 80 targets, there's definitely a chance that he's going to be a lot better than he was in New England if he's just getting the ball more.
He was 3rd in the league, Booty, in depth of target.
Yeah.
He was 4th in yards per catch, and he was the number 1 wide receiver in football for passer rating when targeted. 133 was Drake May's quarterback rating when targeting Booty. Threw down the field. Anyway, good for the Texans. I think it's a really nice deal for Houston and for the Patriots. The good news is for the Bills, for the Patriots, I guess they don't think it's a big deal. It gets back to the point that Benjamin Solak made that I just brought up, which is clearly they don't think he's all that necessary. Trade him for a 6th and a 7th, basically.
They made him unnecessary by acquiring A.J. Brown.
Right.
Which, no fault of their own. They wanted to upgrade. It is interesting that they made the Super Bowl and they just redid their receiving core.
Yeah, the whole thing.
And it wasn't that bad. It was a fine receiving core.
It was okay.
Diggs and Booty. Right, that's what I mean.
Diggs and Booty.
Diggs and Booty was okay.
And Mac Hollins and
Pop Douglas.
Right. Who they still have.
So they should have got better, but none of those guys are even there. It's not like, they hung around and they're role players. They're just not even on the team anymore.
803-0550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe here on August 25th. It is, we're getting into pumpkin season. I saw the pumpkining stuff out. Pumpkining season.
I
also
also
for it.
saw that, and I believe that is today the day? I gotta find it. We are either there or we are approaching the start of the pumpkin spice coffee season.
I think it's today.
Is it today?
I think the pumpkin spice ship landed today.
It is.
Yep.
Today is the start of PSLs, but not those PSLs.
The other ones.
The good PSLs.
Pumpkin spice latte.
Uh-huh.
All right. Pumpkin
Wow.
spice. Happy pumpkin spice season.
Do I get one on the way home?
Hey,
No.
by the way, quick take. August is underrated. August as a month is underrated. I'm gonna tell you, it's like the Keyshawn Booty of months. Now that we talk about Keyshawn Booty, it's just underappreciated.
August is the Keyshawn Booty
because
of months.
August is deep in the summer. You're appreciating your time before maybe kids go back to school. It's nice out, usually summerish. You don't have the heat of July nights. It's cooler at night. You've got stuff to do. August, an underrated month.
I agree with this.
100%.
Underrated.
I had this thought over the weekend when I was away. I was like,
Muskoka. You guys are
August
Muskoka?
is good. It's nice and it's perfect temperature. It's nice. It's not September yet. I'm not like quite worried about winter.
Sure,
like I might get in the fall, like official fall.
I mean, I might like September more because there's a lot more to do. But
I do too.
It's like that chart, like this much talent and this much recognition. That's August. Chock full of talent, not getting a lot of recognition.
I
agree.
I don't know why I remember this, but one day, back in the day on the afternoon show, we did a month draft.
Okay.
And you want to know where August went?
Yeah.
Like, where would you think it should go?
It should go. Let me see.
Because this is going to determine whether it's underrated. Where did it get drafted?
It should go like 7th.
You're about midpoint.
Bulldog drafted it 6th.
Okay.
All right.
Well, Bulldog's an August
that's-
appreciator.
Yeah. I know.
Where was it on your board?
I don't remember. I picked one spot ahead of it and picked June. Fine.
I might.
You know what? That's a good one.
June versus August.
I mean, June gets definitely gets the recognition.
June is the beginning of summer. You're so ready for it.
Yeah.
Right. That you're more right. You're waiting for it to come. You're so welcoming to June, even though August might be better.
August might be better, but August might be filled with like I could be ready for fall. Like it's 90 degrees for the 4th day in a row. Like all right, like humidity. Like that's another thing. Isn't it more humid in August?
I don't know.
It
I
doesn't
feel like
feel-
July
no, I don't
was a
think
lot more
so.
humid.
All right.
I think August gets bogged down when you're a kid. It's like ingrained into your brain. It's the back to school.
The countdown.
You've got a bias towards August from the beginning.
Yeah.
You're right. I agreed with that.
The chat's pointed out that August doesn't have a holiday. Is that the problem? It's got a marketing problem. Give August a
Like Keyshawn
holiday,
Booty.
and all of a sudden we have a weekend to talk about. Man, isn't this great? This August.
Is it the only month without like a signature holiday? Maybe it. That's interesting.
Did the LeBron thing happen in August, or was that July?
The decision, I think.
Yeah, because they may have LeBron James Day in Philly now because of it. So, I mean, we could
you're
get
saying
there.
the most recent decision?
Yeah.
The decision 2.0.
Yes.
I see.
Shout out August.
Yeah, there are no federal holidays in August.
We need one.
Huh. Well, are there months that have like 3 that we can move one to?
It's a good question.
Yeah, like when you search August holidays and you get like National S'mores Day, there's no holidays in
I probably
August.
eat more s'mores in August than any other month.
Yeah, because the cooler nights at campfires.
Right, you
Yeah,
want
you're
more
100%
campfires.
right.
Well, what about like October? I mean, it's,
You got to do it earlier.
fall months.
Fall months are okay, but s'mores are. There's a graph about s'mores season. It's definitely August is top.
It's peaking
That's
here.
right.
National
That's right.
Aviation Day. Yeah, there's nothing. International Beer Day. There you go.
I love it.
National Red Wine Day is coming up.
Okay.
Like it.
But we need a day, right? Like, all right, everyone's off this Monday, so you get the long weekend in August.
We'll call it August Day.
August Day.
To celebrate the month that
Just
is
like,
August.
hey, how about this month? It was pretty good.
Right.
803-0550, our phone number. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
Hey, it's Sneaky Joe DiBiase here for 7-1.
What percentage of Bills fans think that they will take a step back because of the coach? And is that number 0?
No,
It's not 0?
it's not 0.
Is it 3%? Because of the coach.
I want to say it's like of all fans.
Sure. What percentage of Bills fans are worried about that as a realistic scenario?
I was going to say like 5%, 5 to 10%.
Super low, right? Super low.
I think so. Yeah.
As long as Brady's offense is good, we do this all the time in football. We're going to assign the side of the ball you're on. Was that good? If that was good, you were good.
Right.
And unless he is I don't know, losing challenges all the time, something McDermott did, or if he is blowing game management grossly, something McDermott occasionally did. I just think that if the offense is good, Brady is going to be looked at as doing a decent job. And if the defense is bad, that's not his side of the ball. He doesn't do the roster construction. The Bills, during that rain delay for the Bills and Browns game, they showed the blue and red, and there's clips about all their decision-making. And in those clips, Brady is talking about watching the GM and watching the front office go to work like he's a passenger. Like he's seeing them do what they do is pretty cool. Like he's not up there telling them who to pick or what to do. They're kind of, Brandon Beane's the GM of football operations, the president of football operations, and the GM. And I just get the sense that if the defense is bad, no one will put it on Brady. I probably won't. The same way that when the offense was good, no one gave flowers to McDermott. We tied McDermott to his side of the ball.
Any offensive failure sometimes would he's getting in the way.
Right.
And would you ever do that with the defense? Brady's getting in the way of the defense. It's just not the same animal.
No, it never works that way. You would never say the offensive coach takes over the defense and tells them how to play. No one ever thinks that happens. But the flip side, people think that happens all the time. All right, Joe Kelly says we have to be in and out, so I'll leave you with a thought. One thought.
Is it a Premier League thought?
No, it's a steak thought.
Steak?
Who decided that the way we were going to refer to a steak that was cooked too much would be well done? How was the steak? Well done. I mean, it was poorly done, but it was well done.
You want it poorly done.
Well, who just decided that, hey, when something's well done, it's great.
But
most people would say is well done in a steak is bad.
What you need here is overdone.
Sure, but
The
why
steak
is it
is
referred to
overdone.
as well done?
I don't know.
How'd you like a steak? I'd love. I'd love it if it was really well done, but not well done.
Right.
Who decided that? Mistake. Society.
It's a bad job.
There's your quick thought. The Browns, we talked about this a little yesterday, Joe. The Browns did the thing that we knew they couldn't do and shouldn't do, but we're gonna do, which is go to Deshaun Watson.
It's nuts.
It's hilarious, but they're doing it because they're going to throw him to the Wolves for 2 games and then go to Shedeur Sanders, right? And you can't go the other way. You can't start Sanders and go to Watson. In this case, you play Watson for 2 games and then go to Sanders. But the point I made yesterday you weren't here for, we had a little fun with, was I think the Browns, they don't have to stay here in this low rock bottom spot for very long. But I think that the spot the Browns are in right now is worse than any spot the Bills were in during the drought. It's not as long. They've made the playoffs. They might get out of it. But to start that guy who the fans openly hate, and he knows they hate him, and he said that they don't like him personally.
Right. Yeah, man, there never was a season going in where you would have been that upset with a starting quarterback of the Bills.
The way the Browns...
They went in, I remember, was it the first year of Chan, and they ran back Edwards again, and I remember being like, this is a waste of time, but he was cut 2 weeks later.
Yeah, it lasted 2 weeks.
Yeah, and then he wasn't on the team.
Yeah.
He didn't just hang around as the backup. He was just not on the roster anymore. But we didn't, hate his guts personally.
No.
Like this.
Bills are on a short week as they gear up for their final preseason matchup against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Jim Leonard spoke yesterday, in case you missed any of it. That's on demand for you at WGR550.com. Joe Brady will speak today. Around the NFL, no more booty calls for Mike Vrabel as the Texans acquire wide receiver Kayshon Boutte from the Patriots in exchange for safety Jalen Reed. 49ers owner Jed York was arrested in a local prostitution sting yesterday. Deshaun Watson has been named to the Browns starter over Shedeur Sanders. The Rams head coach Sean McVay said he remains undecided on who Matthew Stafford's backup will be to start the season. Jets head coach Aaron Glenn said Breece Hall, dealing with a groin injury, he's on track to play in Week 1 against the Titans. And Chiefs head coach Andy Reid said, we'll just see, when asked if Patrick Mahomes, dealing with the knee injury, would play in Week 1 against the Broncos. In baseball, Red Sox beat the Mariners 4-2 yesterday. Today, they rematch at 6:40. The Yankees play the Astros at 7:05. The Royals, they play the Blue Jays at 7:07. The Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
As they work from the Saints 25. May again, but a throw towards the end zone, and it is caught. Ooh. Touchdown! Kayshon Boutte with a
Kayshon Boutte from the Patriots to the Texans. So the Bills will see him in Week 1 instead of the 2 times that they would have played the New England Patriots. So Week 1, Bills at Texans, and someone's going to have to cover Kayshon Boutte. Maybe that's a Max Hairston job going deep down the field. Boutte's a field stretcher. Maybe it's Davis Nigbinosin. Maybe it's who knows. Jeremy and Joe. Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for being a part of the show with us. Sal coming up at 8:30 to recap yesterday's practice, which saw Skylar Bell return, which is good news, as we haven't seen much of him this preseason to this point. I don't know if he'll get in some action against the Steelers just because he hasn't yet. I almost want to think he will.
That would make sense.
Right? I mean, he's a guy that could very likely be inactive on game days early and bring him along slowly. So you wouldn't necessarily be afraid to throw him out there in a preseason game. Then again, he just came off of an injury, a groin injury. So maybe we get a little dose of Skylar Bell with some of the Bills' backups against the Steelers on Thursday. Quick thing on Joe Brady. So we've got a couple things talking about with Joe Brady today because, one, there was a caller yesterday that called the afternoon show and said, like, what's the most likely scenario here about how we look back on Brady at the end of year 1? Is it we're going to feel like we missed Sean McDermott? And you and I talked about that, and Owen tweeted that clip out a bit that we both think that's kind of unlikely that Brady is viewed as holding them back. And the reason I say that, I'll lay it out again here. We watched for how many years did Sean McDermott coach the Bills? Was it 9 years, 8 years? I should have that number off the top of my head.
It's 9 years.
17 to 25.
9 seasons coaching the Bills. And how much credit was he ever given for what the offense looked like? How much ever?
Very little.
I'm just going to apply that, again, whether it's right or wrong. I'm going to apply that to how we talk about this Bills team under Joe Brady. If the defense is a mess, we will not think about it for Joe Brady. I don't think fans will be calling about the Bills need to fire Joe Brady. The defense is a mess. Instead, what is most likely to happen in terms of the blame game, again, this is probably a team that's going to win a lot of games, but if they fall short, what will fans ultimately do? This caller yesterday brought up this point. What's the likely scenario? It's probably going to go to the feet of if the defense lets them down in any way, even if it's just the final drive of a game. If it's they needed a sack, they needed a stop, they needed a third down, whatever it is. I just don't think Brady will be talked about for the way the defense falters. Look at what happened these last 3 seasons when the playoffs end. The Bills lose with the ball in their hands multiple times. And no one says, like, McDermott couldn't get the offense going. It's the defense needed to make another stop for the offense. If Joe Brady were the head coach of those 3, I think it ends up probably looking more like, oh, well, your offense let you down in those spots. What team doesn't do it like this? What fan base doesn't kind of simplify it? I say this for myself, too, where whoever the head coach is, how's Sean McVay judged on how his defense looked? Not that much. He's a head coach. I understand.
Yep.
The buck stops here. Everything goes with them. You hire the coordinator, blah, 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 on and on. Andy Reid, how much credit is he given for the Chiefs' defense? None. That's all Steve Spagnuolo.
Spags. Yeah.
All Spags. How much credit is Nick Sirianni given for the Eagles' defense? Any? We just tend to do it that way, where what side of the ball is my head coach on, that's going to be his side of the ball. That's what I evaluate him on. And if the Bills' offense is a top 5 offense and their defense is a little bit of a work in progress, something that Jim Leonard might have suggested it would be, I think we're going to think Brady is just fine. And maybe instead of Leonard, you'll turn to Bean and say, where are my talented players? Where are my difference makers? So to answer the question, kind of reset it where we got to this morning a little bit, that's where I get to. I think it's unlikely that we get to this season and think Brady held them back just because the offense is probably going to be good to go and the defense is more likely to be their sticking point. That's just my belief.
Would there be any examples along the way of, because they hired a first-time head coach, right? And so, like John Murphy's article that was making rounds on social media last night, one of the starting points of that was Brady's a first-time head coach. And the last time a first-time head coach won the Super Bowl was in 1989. The last time a first-time head coach made the Super Bowl was in 2009. It's almost kind of the, hey, if you go the first 7 years as a quarterback and coach and don't make the Super Bowl, then you can't do it because it's never happened, right? That was a McDermott Allen thing for a couple of years there at the end. But what would that look like? What would it look like to say, okay, he just wasn't ready for this? Or this was growing pains of a rookie head coach? Like, is that
clock management?
Is that the only thing?
It's clock management. It's game preparedness. Like, yeah.
Getting plays in, maybe, because you're doing a lot.
It's their road record, maybe, right?
Yeah.
Like, their first test of the year in Houston is a huge test for a first-time head coach. Calling plays, doing all that stuff for the first time. So he's not ready for this, probably looks like that. Like, I don't mean this to sound like I am eliminating the idea that they could take a step back. I think that they could. I just think it's unlikely we get to a spot where we think that it is the head coach's fault. Which, like, their defense is what? It's a lot of guys that's going to be reliant on the scheme. Josh Allen's going to be there to bail them out, and the supporting cast offensively is probably better than it has been in 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't mean to like tempt the football gods here, but the offense falling apart, how does it happen? It happens because Brady is overworked, because teams pick up on what he can do, because they lost Aaron Kromer. There are ways.
All right.
But aren't you confident in the offense? Aren't we all pretty confident in the offense? Because Josh will just do what Josh does?
Right. Like, it feels like they always have a floor when he's your quarterback. You're going to be the 7th best offense in football, like, at least, like, just walking out of bed. So I think the standard being higher should make it feel like, well, again, though, if they are haven't they kind of been near the floor at times the last 2 seasons? And Brady did get, I think, criticized for that. Yeah. Like, the approval rating of him in the middle of these seasons has not been extremely high. Like, all the screen passes that they were running, and there were a couple of stretches in there where, like, why are you only scoring, 25 points? Like, is that a good result? Why am I so slow on offense? Why is my tempo so slow?
And what was an answer we got all the time, right or wrong? McDermott wants it like that.
Right. So, and I think
even the downfall would be like, he wants that. He wants to run 50 times a game.
And those can be more nitpicky things, but they can frustrate fans. And if all of those things start to present themselves again, and there is no fallback of, well, McDermott wants it that way, then it's going to be, oh, no, you just want to play offense like this, when Josh Allen is your quarterback, and basically take the ball out of Josh Allen's hands as much as possible. And if that's the way that they play offense, then I think that he could set up a situation where people are going to blame him. But I don't think that's likely. All the things they've talked about, the personnel decision-making, DJ Moore now being on the team, like, the idea that they're not going to see an increase in how often the big plays are coming, how often they're throwing the ball down the field, how often they are maybe playing a little bit faster. I want to believe that all of those things are going to go in the positive direction, not in the other way. So I'm with you. I just don't see it being all that likely that he is really blamed until we get to, like, the playoffs. And then every little thing you do is going to be picked apart in those games. And if you don't win one of those games, if you lose in the wild card round or in the divisional round, and it's because you made like 3 or 4 errors along the way, and those are what everybody points to, then the head coach is going to get blamed for that.
A good test for this is, let's apply any one of the last couple playoff losses and say, what would fans say about the coach?
If Joe Brady was the head coach?
Yeah, if they give up 33 points, is it the same baseline? 30 should be enough to win? 29 should be enough to win? The last 3 playoff losses, they scored 30, 29, and 24. That should be enough to win? Because that's what it was for the defensive head coach. Like, the offense did what an offense does. Your defense let them down. They lose 33-30 in the playoffs in a game. Doesn't even matter what round. 30 should be enough to win. It's kind of what has been said for McDermott. Now,
it could be that way, or it could be that you've had 3 playoff games in a row with the ball, drive to win the game, and you haven't done it.
Right. And it's also for McDermott, like, the collection of multiple years of that versus one for Brady. So it's kind of it's a goofy year with like John Murphy. Good to hear from Murph at Channel 4's website. John Murphy wrote, about Brady. And he said the Bills' new coaching staff is not ready for the Super Bowl is the headline. And one of the lines in here is, one thing is missing, one thing will hold them back this year, it's their head coach. And it's not, he doesn't go on to say, like, Brady's bad. It's Murph's belief that experience is going to matter. And to me, this is one of those spots where I wouldn't exactly agree. You'd like to have experience. It would probably help Brady get better. If he goes in and is coaching against, take your pick of some of these great coaches out there, Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay, whichever is your favorite coach to say, like, this is a great coach. In a playoff game, in breaking them down, all that kind of stuff. Brady doesn't have experience as the head coach. He does have a lot of experience as the play caller, and he's been in high-profile games and in big moments. And there's a stat out there that only 2 coaches have won the Super Bowl in their first year.
Yeah.
And that's Don McCaffrey of the Colts in Super Bowl V and George Seifert.
Yep, in 89.
George Seifert of the Niners in 89, right? And to that point, I would ask, like, what was George Seifert? Why did he win it in his first year?
Well, because his team was excellent.
Yeah.
They need Joe Montana.
Yeah. It's to say that only 2 head coaches have won it in their first year, it's somewhat rare for a good team to have a new coach.
Right.
Look at the first-time head coaches this season. The candidates to win in their first year. Actually, this year there are a couple of good teams. The Ravens have a new coach.
Yep.
You would even include the Steelers here to agree, have a new head coach. But other than that, it's the Titans, it's the Cardinals, it's who?
Cleveland.
Yeah, you don't get first-year coaches that have teams that people think should be making the Super Bowl.
Right.
If you had that happening every 2-3 years, you'd probably have a team that made the Super Bowl. For a long time, it was teams that make the wild card don't win the Super Bowl. And then for a couple of years, teams did.
Yep.
For a couple of years there, it was, if you don't have a quarterback on a rookie contract, you're not going to win the Super Bowl. And then all of a sudden, well, that's not a thing anymore either. So I don't know the next first-year head coach will be to win a Super Bowl, but I'm not eliminating Brady based on that.
You would say this year, though, is more likely than probably any year in like 30 years.
With Jesse Minter and Joe Brady, is that as good as any?
But, I mean, to have 2 guys on contenders that good with quarterbacks that good, I'm sure that never happens in the same year.
Maybe John Harbaugh or Jim Harbaugh would have been a candidate for this because of Herbert. And what did they do? They went to the playoffs.
Right.
Like, he got them to about where they were before.
Right.
You'd expect a first-time head coach of a good team to get them right about where they were before. It just doesn't happen that much.
Well, and also, what I want to view, the last 3 playoff games where Brady's been the play caller, and he's been a part of those losses. Okay, yeah, they've scored, again, 24, 29, and 30 points. Like, that's not that bad. When Josh Allen's your quarterback, like, to never score more than 30 points, though, in a playoff game, I'd like to be able to do that. And in addition, what do I view those end of games as? Do I view those as, well, that's the experience. He was the play caller. He's going to be the play caller again. And sure, first-time head coach, but do I want to treat him, like, how do I want to view it? Is it the playoff wall, or is it good experience? Or is it a bad trend? The fact that they've had 3 playoff games with him calling plays, final drive, you get into the end zone, you win, and you go forward. 0 for 3. What do I view those? What do I view those drives as? Is that good experience? Because you can't say if they are gonna have a drive at the end of a playoff game against the Chargers in the divisional round next season, and they're down by 4 with 3 minutes left, and they turn it over on downs, or whatever. They just turn it over on downs at some point along the way. What is that? Is that, well, he's a first-time coach. He'll learn from that. What do you mean? He's already had these situations 3 times before, and they have not closed the deal with this quarterback. Or is that going to just be is that going to be like a continuation of, this is bad? Like, I've got a guy here, and I've got an offense that is great all regular season, and it can be even good in playoff games, but when I'm getting down to it in the fourth quarter, when I've got to have the right play call, why am I calling screens to Amari Cooper? Like, those are the situations
personnel in that case,
you want
personnel.
Growth from. And to the experience point, like, that's not why I would be down on the Brady idea, because I feel like he's already gone through those trials as the play caller, which I think is the most important part of his job this year. I know there was organizing the team and like how you run camp and how you run practices and injury reports, and you're a CEO now. Like, you are in charge of everything. But even with all of that being said, I still feel like the most important part of Joe Brady's job this season is how does he call plays? How that last drive in a divisional round game or an AFC championship game or in a Super Bowl, when you need to score, how is he calling plays? That to me is more important than anything else he'll do this year, and in that he's already got experience.
He does, and in that people will think, I think, that no more McDermott thumb on the scale, as is long been the belief. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. To that exact point, Mike in Orchard Park. Mike, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm listening to you, and I'm just curious if you know, you probably don't, but you're saying Brady's 0 for 3, and obviously is, but how much autonomy did he actually have in making every play selection on that last drive without Sean chirping in his ear, saying what he would like to see or not like to see based on what he feels the game is? So we don't really know that, right? So we don't really know if Brady had exclusivity to making every last play call and decision on those final drives. He will now, obviously, as the head coach, but we don't know if he did then. Would you agree or disagree with that?
There's no doubt. You'd have to agree we don't know. Like, for instance, the final drive against the Chiefs. Does McDermott want a 7-minute drive? They did throw deep down the field to Diggs, and he didn't catch the ball, right? Mm-hmm. Against the Broncos, are they thinking, hey, let's eat some clock? Why are they running on a lot of first downs on some of these important drives for nothing? The drive in Kansas City in the AFC Championship game, why does the handoff go to Ty Johnson? Is it because Brady wants to mix that up, or because McDermott decides, let's make sure we get some time off the clock here? But so to your point, Mike, like, yes, we can't know this. But this is the root of my point. McDermott was never given credit for the offense. He was only used as a reason the offense didn't work. So for me, figuring how I expect all of us to evaluate Brady this year, I just want to flip that around. I really don't. What am I going to say? Brady's in Jim Leonard's ear telling him not to blitz or telling him to blitz? Mm-hmm. I mean, they would have their game plan. They'd meet during the week. But McDermott always had this reputation for some fans as someone that was the reason the offense would grind to a halt. Mm-hmm. And what do we have evidence of that? We didn't know that the same way that we didn't know what Mike would suggest, which is whether or not Brady had full autonomy. I mean, it's the final drive to win a game. In overtime against Denver, when Brandon Cooks makes the catch and it goes into the arms of the Denver defender, I'm guessing that Sean McDermott's not telling Joe Brady, careful here, right? Mm-hmm. Let's go win the. He probably says, "Let's go win the game," and they don't have a guy that can finish the play.
I also don't think you'd be doing that in the middle of the drives. Like the way, who was it? Peyton Manning who once said something about this, that you don't really have a lot of time during drives for a head coach that isn't calling plays to insert his influence. Like, I want this. Like, I've only got 25 seconds here to get the play call in and get everything organized, make a decision, by the way, on what to call the play. But could you have influence before the drive? Like, that, I could believe that. I don't know that to be true, but, right, like the 3 playoff games ago against Kansas City in the divisional round, they go on the 16-play, 6-minute drive. I wouldn't believe, it would be hard for me to believe that during that drive, when you're in the middle of calling plays that quickly, that McDermott is basically telling Brady what to call. But does he say something before the drive on how he might want it done? That to me would be more possible. But you make a good point. Like, if Diggs catches the ball, they don't go on a long drive anyway.
No, right. They threw it deep.
Right. But otherwise, like, a lot of those play calls were short, running the ball. And the other thing I would want,
which was also the game plan the whole day.
Right. And the other influence I would want to present here for those drives specifically doesn't really get influenced by McDermott at all. It can be influenced by Bean and your player personnel and how Brady called plays given what he had. And they were built as an offense really to play with the lead. They were built for ball control, the offensive line, James Cook running the ball, play action. Like they were not a spread it out, we got to throw it every single play type of offense. And that could be another area of growth that might not even be growth. It's just, well, Joe Brady's got DJ Moore now. And how would he have called, especially the last 2 drives, and he had Diggs on the first one, but the last 2 playoff games, would he have done something different if he had DJ Moore available to him?
I mean,
because I would expect that that's such an upgrade on what you had. Of course you would call plays differently.
Or maybe you don't call plays differently, but the guy just catches the ball.
Right, because 2 playoff games in a row, the ball, the game ended in the hands of a pass catcher.
Yeah, 2 out of 3. I mean, if he's
2
in
out of
that
3.
spot,
Right, sorry, 2 out of 3.
Well, actually, I guess 3 out of 3 if you want to include the Diggs catch
one
that didn't happen. So, 3 times in a row, you had somebody let them down. And isn't the belief that Moore will make a catch?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's why he's here.
Yeah.
Right? Closing out games like that and having somebody reliable to go to, he should be such an upgrade over what they've had available, especially the last 2 seasons.
Thanks for the phone call. 803-0550. That's the only phone number. I didn't say the second phone number.
You continue to come very close.
Look at this growth. I'm over here growing.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, you can join us on that if you want. The Bills practiced yesterday. We'll get the update from Sal coming up in about an hour. He joins us at 8:30.
Skylar Bell back on the field. I would like to see him in the He's the only player I'd be really that excited to see on Thursday.
I think that's about right.
Right? We haven't seen him yet. He's a rookie. He plays a fun position, and I'd be curious to see if he gets a jersey on game days. Because right now, I feel like he's not on the offense. He's not really part of the offense.
Right.
Week 1. How's he getting a jersey?
Think of how cheap Kayshon Boutte was as a trade.
I know.
It's kind of nuts. A position like that, if you don't even have to think Boutte's good. If he hit the market in free agency, he'd get $10 million off of one season.
Right. Didn't Jalen Naylor got $11 million this past offseason?
I'm thinking of Diami Brown, who got $10 million from the Jaguars and never played.
Right.
Boutte would get $13 million maybe. Jacoby Myers got that 5 years ago. And he went for a 6th-round safety and a 7th-round pick. Such a cheap trade for New England.
Yeah, this past offseason, Jalen Naylor, who had 29 catches for 444 yards, which was career highs, got $12 million a year. $12 million a year. That is weird. It's time of year, maybe. Because you're right. Those lower level starting receivers are now getting, Josh Palmer maybe is an example of this too, $10 to $11 million per year minimum, and he is on a rookie deal for no money and is just as good as all of those guys and got traded for nothing. That's a great deal for Houston. That's why I don't like it, is I don't want Houston to get better. And they just got better on offense without having to give up anything. Anything at all. New England just did it for him.
Yep.
Now I got to deal with him week 1. Not that I think that differently about week 1 with him there.
No, I don't think so. Is Max Hairston having a bad camp? It kind of seems like there's a little bit of chatter about it's not having a great camp.
I had not really thought that until you just said it.
Yes,
was yesterday bad?
Yesterday was bad right? for him.
He was injured again for a chunk of it.
Yeah, you got beat by Josh Palmer again. It's the Bills against the Bills. You do what you can. But
I feel like, and maybe Sal can speak to this later, that the attitude after the St. John Fisher portion of training camp was that he was outplaying Igbinosun.
Well, one thing about Igbinosun versus Hairston got drafted, and it was almost like he's a willing tackler. He's a willing tackler. Right. He'll do it. And Igbinosun is an aggressive tackler. Right. Igbinosun sticks his face in everything.
Yeah.
And I wonder about, if this team wants to play with attitude, if you could see Igbinosun move up past Hairston on the depth chart because of the way that he plays. Not to say Hairston wouldn't be on the field and wouldn't still have a big role, but, it might be tough numbering them like that. We know Benford's going to be on the field, but I think it's interesting because Igbinosun plays more of the style they want to play, right?
Yeah, I think so.
And Hairston isn't their guy for this defense. They had other guys change their body types to fit from one defense to the next. And I know it's not exactly the same in the secondary, but I feel like it's worth watching whether or not Hairston's, making a big difference out there because Igbinosun, I think, is making a difference and impressing people. 803-0550, Jeremy and Joe on WGR. The Browns we talked about this a little yesterday, Joe. The Browns did the thing that we knew they couldn't do and shouldn't do, but we're gonna do, which is go to Deshaun Watson.
It's nuts.
It's hilarious, but they're doing it because they're gonna throw him to the Wolves for 2 games and then go to Shedeur Sanders, right? And you can't go the other way. You can't start Sanders and go to Watson. In this case, you play Watson for 2 games and then go to Sanders. But the point I made yesterday that you weren't here for, we had a little fun with, was I think the Browns, they don't have to stay here in this low rock bottom spot for very long. But I think that the spot the Browns are in right now is worse than any spot the Bills were in during the drought. It's not as long. They've made the playoffs. They might get out of it. But to start that guy who the fans openly hate, and he knows they hate him, and he said that they don't like him personally.
Right. Yeah, like what, man, there never was a season going in where you would have been that upset with a starting quarterback of the Bills.
The way the Browns...
They went in, I remember, was it the first year of Chan, and they ran back Edwards again. And I remember being like, this is a waste of time, but he was cut 2 weeks later.
Yeah, it lasted 2 weeks.
Yeah, and then he wasn't on the team.
Yeah.
He didn't just hang around as the backup. He was just not on the roster anymore. But we didn't, hate his guts personally.
No.
Like this. To the experience point, that's not why I would be down on the Brady idea, because I feel like he's already gone through those trials as the play caller, which I think is the most important part of his job this year. I know there is organizing the team and how you run camp and how you run practices and injury reports, and you're a CEO now. You are in charge of everything. But even with all of that being said, I still feel like the most important part of Joe Brady's job this season is how does he call plays? How that last drive in a divisional round game or an AFC championship game or in a Super Bowl, when you need to score, how is he calling plays? That to me is more important than anything else he'll do this year, and in that he's already got experience.
He does, and in that people will think, I think, that no more McDermott thumb on the scale, as is long been the belief.
Bills are on a short week as they gear up for their final preseason matchup against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Jim Leonard spoke yesterday. In case you missed any of it, it's on demand for you at WGR550.com. Joe Brady will speak later this morning. Around the NFL, no more booty calls for Mike Vrabel. The Texans acquired wide receiver Kayshon Boutte from the Patriots in exchange for safety Jalen Reed. 49ers owner Jed York was arrested in a local prostitution sting yesterday. Deshaun Watson has been named the Browns' starter over Shedeur Sanders. The Rams head coach Sean McVay said he remains undecided on who Matt Stafford's backup will be to start the season. Jets head coach Aaron Glenn said Breece Hall, dealing with the groin injury, he's on track to play in Week 1 against the Titans. And Chiefs head coach Andy Reid said we'll just see when asked if Patrick Mahomes, dealing with the knee injury, would play in Week 1 against the Broncos. In baseball, the Red Sox, they beat the Marlins 4-2 today. They rematch at 6:40. The Yankees played the Astros at 7:05, and the Royals, they play the Blue Jays at 7:07. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
It's the hardest week in the NFL. I've been on both sides, right? I've made rosters. I've been cut from rosters. Everyone understands what happens at the end of this week, where there's a lot of players that are in the building that there's not spots for. And it's tough when you're on a really good team that knows how to win, that has depth, has some pretty defined roles in some areas. As coaches and players, I think as long as you're professional about it and go about your business, it is one of those things. It doesn't get easier. It's always difficult because there's guys that have earned the right to be here that just don't have a spot. Your goal as a coach is like, how many of these players make it on a roster?
Jim Leonard, Bills defensive coordinator, he spoke yesterday. Speaking of making rosters, shout out former Bill Boogie Basham has landed in Washington.
Has he done anything since he left the Bills?
I don't know, but he's landed in Washington.
Okay.
Who will be the next? Listen, the next couple days.
He's only played 7 games in the last 2 years.
All right. There could be I don't know. What round does bust stop at?
Ooh.
What round? First rounds, you have busts.
Second round.
There are no third round busts?
No.
You're not a bust. Okay.
You can be a bad enough second round pick that you're like Terrell Troop is a bust.
Okay. Boogie Basham is a bust.
And it helps if there's a guy that goes right after you that everybody, like, part of the Terrell Troop story wasn't just that he never did anything, not a single thing.
It's Gronk.
In the NFL, it's that Gronk went right after him.
Who went right after Boogie Basham?
No idea.
Okay.
That might help him. At least there's nobody like notable that comes to mind for me.
Right. It's also how many games you played. Like, the first round bust could be you just were a guy as opposed to like a difference maker. A second round bust is you never made the team, never made a difference. And Boogie Basham is a second round bust for the Bills. They traded him away for a 6th.
Yeah, after 2 years, like halfway through the rookie contract. I think he qualifies.
Okay.
4.5 sacks in 2 years. He was inactive a bunch in his rookie year. I think he should qualify. It's not as bad. Like, Troop did not play for the team. Like, I'm not sure he ever made the field.
Back issues.
He had a lot of back problems.
Is Boogie Basham far enough out of your memory? Do you remember his name? His real name, not Boogie?
Carlos.
Yes.
Yes.
This has been instant trivia. I just asked you if you knew Boogie Basham's first name.
Yeah, like who went after him? Well, he also. I guess this wouldn't matter to help or hurt him. But him being the second pick at the position.
Right. They doubled up. They doubled up on defensive end.
Do you want to know who went immediately after him?
Sure.
So he went in the second round, and then I only remember this because Nate was banging. We were doing draft coverage together.
I know who this is.
And he almost broke. There might be a crack in this table somewhere.
Creed Humphrey?
He wanted Creed Humphrey the whole night, and they picked Basham, and Creed Humphrey went right after that.
And Creed Humphrey's been great.
Yeah, and he went to Kansas City.
Yeah.
Which didn't help things either.
Anybody else?
No, it's not really like a long. I mean, Kyle Trask, Davis Mills. You had a couple quarterbacks. Who's the next? The next receiver picked after Boogie Basham was Josh Palmer. Nico Collins was in the next round. That would have been nice. I don't remember thinking about him, though, on that day.
803-0550, our phone number. So, Boogie Basham signing with the Commanders. Deshaun Watson's been named the starting quarterback for the Browns for week 1.
Good luck to them.
Okay.
Who do they open with?
They're at Jacksonville.
Jags win by a. Jags are going to be favored by.
It's 7.5. I checked.
That's it?
As soon as they named Watson the starter, I checked and thought, what do I want on this one?
I'm going to want
7.5.
Is the game in Cleveland?
It's in Jacksonville.
Oh, my God. What?
Yeah.
That line doesn't make any sense. Right?
7.5.
7.5? Are the Browns like going to be really good on defense or something? Or is there some Jags fatigue or something from the offseason?
It's a good question. 803-0550 if you want to chime in. 1-888-550-2550. The Bills will play the Texans in week 1, and Kayshon Boutte will be part of that. That's the other thing from yesterday. A big trade between the Patriots and the Texans. Not exactly a monster price, though. Late pick and a 6th-round safety. One thing quickly on it just slipped my mind. It was right there for a second. It was not Kayshon Boutte. Help me, Joe.
Was that another trade idea?
It was – it was the first-year coach thing. Yeah. First-year coaches don't win the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
You hear that stat a lot about Joe Brady, and that's kind of right. Ben Johnson was a first-year coach last year. How far did they go? Pretty far. With Caleb Williams.
2nd round, right?
Yeah.
I did look up. There have been only 5 first-year coaches have ever made the Super Bowl.
Is that first year with the team?
No, first year. First year.
Because first year with the team is Vrabel.
Right.
Makes it.
Yeah, last year.
Granted, he would have had experience.
But the first-time head coach to make the Super Bowl is Jim Caldwell with the Colts.
Took over a good team.
Right. Before that, it was Bill Callahan with the Raiders.
Took over a good team.
2002 Raiders.
I mean, is that post-Gruden?
He lost to the guy that replaced him, or that he replaced. There have also been a couple examples of guys that made the conference championship.
Yeah,
came close. Like Matt LaFleur in 2019 made the NFC Championship game
first-year coach
with Green Bay as the first year as a head coach.
Yeah. So Callahan took a team that lost in the divisional round in overtime the year before. That's actually the Tuck Rule game.
Right.
Patriots 16-13 in overtime. Bill Callahan becomes their next coach and goes to the Super Bowl.
Right.
So I just think a lot of the first-year coach doesn't win the Super Bowl is built in with first-year coaches don't get good teams. That's really how it works.
Right.
Usually.
They often won't. So, yeah, that's not the experience part. I said a little bit last segment about like what he's already gone through as a play caller. I'm not worried about the experience part as to why they wouldn't make the Super Bowl or wouldn't win the Super Bowl. Like the lights being too big for Joe Brady. I don't know.
Yeah.
Once I know it's different once you are in the head chair, but shouldn't it help that you've been a part of the pressure already of this team? And if you want to go a bit further back, like I don't know, you were calling plays in a national championship, like with LSU. If he was calling all the plays in that game, maybe it was just some of them. And then you've been on this team going through playoff pressure and Josh Allen's your quarterback. Like you're going through some version of it that it wouldn't be totally foreign to you. So I don't think that is the reason why I would be. I mean, thinking back to like who I wanted them to hire as a head coach when they were going through it, that was never a part of it for me. Like who I wanted them to hire Grant Udinski. He's got less experience than Joe Brady does by like maybe a significant amount. And Kubiak and like all the other guys that would have been interesting, that would be part of my question. If you are somebody that is a point for you. Like I would have liked a coach with experience. I think they are going to be lacking without that until Brady gets it. Okay, then who did you want? Did you want some retread? What's better, the first-time coach or the retread Super Bowl coach? Because if they had done that, I could show you a list of those guys not winning Super Bowls either.
Yeah.
So who do you want to hire? You want to hire Mike McCarthy? I'll show you how guys that won the Super Bowl go to their next team and they never win the Super Bowl.
Then there's the stat about how if you're with a quarterback-coach combination and you don't win it in the first 5 years, you don't win it.
Right.
There's a million different – I'll tell you who doesn't win Super Bowls.
Right.
Like this, Most teams, most coaches don't. Anyway, 803-0550 if you want to join us and chime in. Bills and Steelers Thursday. So we'll get a primetime game. Got kind of a night game, right, at the stadium for the preseason finale. And then you're up for Houston and Detroit. And listen, the schedule at the start of the season is a bear.
Yeah, it's a
5-0, and we are flying high. 4-1 is really good. 3-2 in those first 5 games is probably fine, if we're being really honest.
Yeah,
and the first 5
games. 2 and 3, people are yelling.
2 and 3, people are worrying, but I would still say it's not like panic mode at all.
Okay, 1 and 4 is
1 and 4 is probably panic mode. 1 and 4 would be like a Chiefs season panic mode, where we'd say like, okay, go ahead and write them off, you know. But the season starting with Houston, Detroit, the Chargers, the Patriots, and the Rams, like 3-2 is probably fine. 4-1, 4-1 or better is awesome. You lose one of those games, you're feeling great.
I think that's right.
Unless it's New England, maybe you feel a little less great, but I wouldn't even think that matters.
2 and 3 or 3 and 2 are more likely than 4 and 1.
You think so?
Looking at the 5 teams they play, yeah. Like I think
most likely is 3 and 2.
I think I would take 3 and 2.
Let me Twitter poll this thing.
It's 5 good teams.
Yeah.
Including the Super Bowl favorite by a mile. Like the Rams are twice as likely as any other team by the odds. I play them on the road in that mix. New England Chargers, Texans on the road where I never play good. I play the healthy Lions team. Like I am always saying no to would you take questions about the Bills because I just want them to be the 1 seed. That's it. Like it's the one thing I haven't done. I want the free playoff game. I want the 1 seed. I think you could still get to the 1 seed if you start 3 and 2, and I would be respectful of the idea that they could be worse than that. Those are good enough teams where they could lose more than 2 games in that stretch, and it would not be crazy.
Here's the problem: the internal struggle. As they put up a Twitter poll, which record do you think is the most likely in the first 5 games? 4-1, 3-2, 2-3. If I don't list 5-0, do you know how many people are going to respond? 5-0.
Everyone's going to respond. So you got to put 5-0.
I got to put 5-0. That way they won't. Whatever, we'll see.
5, 4, 3, 2.
I think you'd have more likely that people write that in than 1 and 4.
Well, is 5-0 more likely than 1 and 4?
Yes.
I think I was going to say no.
Yes.
It's so tough. If they go 5-0, I think they are going undefeated. In that stretch, that's the hardest part. Is that the hardest part of their schedule? It's got to be. The hardest 5-game stretch?
Probably one of the hardest 5-game stretches in the whole league this year.
I'm looking at their schedule. That is absolutely the hardest part of their schedule. If they go 5-0, I am thinking 17-0. Honestly. I know, like, it's very unlikely, and they have to lose. Have a lot of way to go.
They have to lose a dumb game to the Jets on the road.
That is
like on a kick return or something.
Or the Raiders or something. But, man, that's by far their toughest 5 games.
The Twitter poll is up. What's most likely? 5-0, all the way down to 2 and 3. I didn't even list 1 and 4 because they only give me 4 options.
By the way, on the experience point, again, this is like, what do you want? You want the first-time coach? You want the experienced guy? Here comes the Steelers. They have the experienced guy, right? Mike McCarthy's won the Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. So I've got 2 examples in NFL history of a first-time coach winning the Super Bowl. I have 0 examples in NFL history of a guy winning the Super Bowl, going to another team and winning another Super Bowl. It's never happened. So what's more likely?
Who's come the closest?
Winning a Super Bowl with one team and then going somewhere else and winning another one?
Yeah, 2 Super Bowls, 2 teams.
That's a good question. Because I have guys in my head that like were on teams like Andy Reid was on the Eagles, and then he went to the Chiefs, but he didn't win in Philadelphia.
Bill Parcells lost a Super Bowl with the Patriots, so he's the closest.
Okay.
Andy Reid lost one of the Eagles before winning with Kansas City.
Right.
Those are 2 answers. Mike Holmgren won with the Packers, lost with the Seahawks.
Right.
Dick Vermeil won with the Rams, lost with the Eagles. Dan Reeves lost with both Denver and Atlanta. John Fox lost with both Carolina and Denver.
Okay.
803-0550. Sal coming up at 8:30. Joe Brady speaking with the media at 8 o'clock. Updates on how the Bills are going. We're also entering like sneaky trade watch season because as rosters get trimmed down, maybe you don't want to cut a guy. You'd rather see if somebody wants to give you a 6th-round pick. That's the Keyshawn Boutte trade just happened. So maybe a little mini trade window, if you will. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. John Murphy wrote about Brady, and he said the Bills' new coaching staff is not ready for the Super Bowl is the headline. And one of the lines in here is, one thing is missing, one thing will hold them back this year, it's their head coach. And it's not, he doesn't go on to say, like, Brady's bad. It's Murph's belief that experience is going to matter. And to me, this is one of those spots where I wouldn't exactly agree. You'd like to have experience. It would probably help Brady get better. You know, if he goes in and is coaching against, you know, take your pick of some of these great coaches out there, Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay, whichever is your favorite coach to say, like, this is a great coach. In a playoff game, in breaking them down, all that kind of stuff. Brady doesn't have experience as the head coach. He does have a lot of experience as a play caller, and he's been in high-profile games and in big moments. And there's a stat out there that only 2 coaches have won the Super Bowl in their first year.
Yeah.
And that's Don McCaffrey of the Colts in Super Bowl V and George Seifert.
Yep, in 89.
George Seifert of the Niners in 89, right? And to that point, I would ask, like, what was George Seifert? Why did he win it in his first year?
Well, because his team was excellent.
Yeah.
They need Joe Montana.
Yeah. It's to say that only 2 head coaches have won it in their first year, it's somewhat rare for a good team to have a new coach.
Right.
Look at the first-time head coaches this season. The candidates to win in their first year. Actually, this year there are a couple of good teams. The Ravens have a new coach. Yep. You would even include the Steelers here to agree, have a new head coach. But other than that, it's the Titans, it's the Cardinals, it's who?
Cleveland.
Yeah, you don't get first-year coaches that have teams that people think should be making the Super Bowl.
Right.
If you had that happening every 2-3 years, you'd probably have a team that made the Super Bowl. For a long time, it was teams that make the wild card don't win the Super Bowl. And then for a couple of years, teams did.
Yep.
For a couple of years there, it was, if you don't have a quarterback on a rookie contract, you're not going to win the Super Bowl. And then all of a sudden, well, that's not a thing anymore either. So I don't know the next first-year head coach will be to win a Super Bowl, but I'm not eliminating Brady based on that. What percentage of Bills fans think that they will take a step back because of the coach? And is that number 0?
No.
It's not 0?
It's not 0.
Is it 3%? Because of the coach.
I want to say it's like, of all fans?
Sure. What percentage of Bills fans are worried about that as a realistic scenario?
I was going to say like 5%,
okay,
5 to 10%.
Super low, right? Super low.
I think so, yeah.
As long as Brady's offense is good, we do this all the time in football. We're going to assign the side of the ball you're on. Was that good? If that was good, you were good.
Right.
And unless he is, I don't know, losing challenges all the time, something McDermott did, or if he is blowing game management grossly, something McDermott occasionally did. I just think that if the offense is good, Brady is going to be looked at as doing a decent job. And if the defense is bad, that's not his side of the ball. He doesn't do the roster construction. The Bills, during that rain delay for the Bills and Browns game, they showed the blue and red, and there's, clips about all their decision-making. And in those clips, Brady is talking about watching the GM and watching the front office go to work like he's a passenger, like he's seeing them do what they do is pretty cool. Like he's not up there telling them who to pick or what to do. They're kind of, Brandon Beane's the GM of football operations, the president of football operations, and the GM. And I just get the sense that if the defense is bad, no one will put it on Brady. I probably won't. The same way that when the offense was good, no one gave flowers to McDermott.
Mm-hmm.
We tied McDermott to his side of the ball.
Any offensive failure sometimes would, he's getting in the way.
Right.
And yet, would you ever do that with the defense? Brady's getting in the way of the defense. It's just not the same animal.
No, it never works that way. You would never say the offensive coach takes over the defense and tells them how to play. No one ever thinks that happens. But the flip side, people think that happens all the time. Back here on WGR, good morning, Jeremy and Joe. Everybody's in the house. Joe Kelly's here. Joe Kelly, where were you? D.C.?
Was in Washington, D.C., yes.
And you went, what did you go to see?
It was my cousin's baptism. I was the godfather, so I went down for that. But we saw the IndyCar race.
That's what I was going to ask you about.
Yes.
Yeah. How was it?
It was really cool. We saw the flyovers, Air Force One. The race itself was interesting. I've never seen a live car racing event, so...
Any car racing event?
No, never. I've always been a horse racing guy, I guess. Cars is the closest I got ever as a kid to seeing any live racing.
The movie?
Yeah.
Cars, the movie, is
What's the closest?
Yeah.
You got the live racing?
Yeah, that's the
I feel
closest.
like watching
pretty far.
cars on the street is closer
Right.
to
I guess you're
race.
right. I guess you're right. Yeah.
Probably saw a police chase at some point that was as close as you'll ever be.
Sure. Yeah, I really enjoyed, though, the IndyCar race. It was interesting,
Was
I'll say the
it
least.
loud?
It was very loud, yeah.
Street race or a circuit?
It was like a Formula One, so they closed off areas of the street and turned it
street
into the
race.
track. So
That's pretty cool.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, and it added up. The mileage was 249.9 for the 250th. So it was pretty interesting how they did those little details like that, So.
Oh, I see. Right, the 250th. All
Yeah.
right, all right.
Yeah.
Hey, notice a rattle in your ducts or a rise in your heating and cooling bills if you do give Belknap a ring. With 0% financing, the cost of upgrading to a high-efficiency dual-fuel heating system is a breeze. Learn more at belknapheating.com. That's belknapheating.com. Go green, save energy and money with Belknap. Schedule a free estimate on your new installation. Give Belknap a ring at 688-1728. For more comfort and less ka-ching, give Belknap a ring.
For more comfort.
Now's the perfect time to make yourself comfortable with a new electric heating and cooling system from Belknap.
In Western New York, summer and winter bring extreme temperature conditions. Make yourself comfortable with Mitsubishi electric heat pumps, designed to keep your home cool in the summer and warm in the winter, no matter how hot or cold it gets outside. Call Belknap today to learn more.
I'm Gary Garfel, president of Belknap. We work on your schedule. We don't charge more for weekends and evenings. That's why we say,
give Belknap a ring.
The Browns, we talked about this a little yesterday, Joe. The Browns did the thing that we knew they couldn't do and shouldn't do, but we're gonna do, which is go to Deshaun Watson.
It's nuts.
It's hilarious, but they're doing it because they're gonna throw him to the Wolves for 2 games and then go to Shedeur Sanders, right? And you can't go the other way. You can't start Sanders and go to Watson. In this case, you play Watson for 2 games and then go to Sanders. But the point I made yesterday, you weren't here for, we had a little fun with, was I think the Browns, they don't have to stay here in this low rock bottom spot for very long. But I think that the spot the Browns are in right now is worse than any spot the Bills were in during the drought. It's not as long. They've made the playoffs. They might get out of it. But to start that guy who the fans openly hate, and he knows they hate him, and he said that they don't like him personally.
Right. Yeah, man, there never was a season going in where you would have been that upset with a starting quarterback of the Bills.
The way the Browns...
They went in, I remember, was it the first year of Chan, and they ran back Edwards again, and I remember being like, this is a waste of time, but he was cut 2 weeks later.
Yeah, it lasted 2 weeks.
Yeah, and then he wasn't on the team.
Yeah.
He didn't just hang around as the backup. He was just not on the roster anymore. But we didn't, hate his guts personally.
No.
Like this.
Bills are on a short week as they gear up for their final preseason matchup against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Jim Leonard spoke yesterday. In case you missed any of it, that's on demand for you at WGR550.com. Joe Brady will speak today in just a few minutes. Around the NFL, no more booty calls for Mike Vrabel as the Texans acquired wide receiver Kayshon Boutte from the Patriots in exchange for safety Jalen Reed. 49ers owner Jed York was arrested in a local prostitution sting yesterday. Deshaun Watson has been named the Browns starter over Shedeur Sanders. Rams head coach Sean McVay said he remains undecided on who Matt Stafford's backup will be to start the season. Jets head coach Aaron Glenn said Breece Hall, dealing with the groin injury, he's on track to play in Week 1 against the Titans. And Chiefs head coach Andy Reid said, we'll just see, when asked if Patrick Mahomes dealing with the knee injury would play in Week 1 against the Broncos. In baseball, the Red Sox, they beat the Marlins 4-2. Today, they rematch at 6:40. The Yankees play the Astros at 7:05. And the Royals, they play the Blue Jays at 7:07. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
My emotions got the best of me. My comments wasn't intending to go at any of the fans around in the city, because there's been a lot of great fans that have been supporting me. And I know the frustration this organization have put a lot of investment in coming to get me back in 22. Things haven't been going the right direction that we thought it was. A lot of injuries, a lot of time off, and not putting the best football and my foot forward. So, again, I understand the frustration. I understand everything that kind of goes into that. Moving forward, I just want to focus on football.
Deshaun Watson. I think Andrew Brandt put it well about the Browns. Andrew Brandt of formerly NFL.com.
Think so.
Author Andrew Brandt covers the NFL. Yeah. Anyway, he wrote, in the last 12 hours, the Browns have named Deshaun Watson their starting quarterback and had a player transfer to LSU. Yeah. It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
The Browns. It's I don't know what to say. How long ago
who would you less want to be right now?
How long ago was the Factory of Sadness video? Remember that one? The Cleveland the guy
Factory of Sadness.
You never saw the Factory of Sadness? The Factory of Sadness Browns video is a guy on YouTube. I feel like it's one of the early YouTube videos. 2011.
I don't know this one.
You're a Factory of Sadness. You never saw this?
No.
Oh yeah. This is a guy yelling about the Browns, how bad they are. They've made the playoffs in between, by the way.
Standing out in front of the stadium?
Yes. Yeah. They lost to Houston, and he was on a rant. I can't believe you never heard this. Let me send Joe Kelly. No. Maybe we should just spend time, because we don't get to rant anymore. We don't really get to be in despair, which is good.
Yeah.
But living in other fans' despair, even if we maybe wish them the best, there's value here. Let's send this to Joe Kelly so we can get the Factory of Sadness video. Joe Kelly's going to make sure he doesn't swear in it. That's the number. It's on YouTube. You know, he might.
Yeah.
But the Factory of Sadness is 2011.
It is a grainy YouTube video at this point. Like, it was definitely recorded in standard definition. Maybe even on like one of those old school camcorders.
I have no idea.
Joe Brady says some starters will play on Thursday.
Why?
I don't have a good reason for it. Some starters would imply that like the important ones are not going to play.
Sure.
Like Josh even says Josh Allen will not play.
Okay. Good. Some might have to. You do get to a spot where, who was it last year that got hurt? Max Harrison got hurt late in the game in the fourth quarter.
That was in week 18.
Right.
Yeah.
Harrison got hurt, and the answer was like someone has to be out there. Debatable in week 18 for a game you might not need.
You could have put a receiver out there or at another position like they did 3 years ago with Isaiah McKenzie, who played corner because they didn't want one of their corners getting hurt.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. You did just do it, right? You just played Cleveland without really playing any of your starters. You played a couple guys that are in position battles. That's it. You could just run that back. You don't have to play starters. So some implies that you feel like they're not some of them aren't sharp enough. Right? Like guys maybe that have come back from injury. Does he want to see the safeties?
Okay.
And what is some? Is some 5 guys or is that 15 starters?
Tyler Bass.
Okay. That would, yes, he would qualify, I think, under this, the specialist. But I would hope it would be closer to like 5 guys that, maybe haven't participated in all of camp and they might, just want a little bit of a warm-up for them. So you're gonna see Cole Bishop and you're going to see C.J. Gardner-Johnson if they're available. But, like, maybe that's even it. Would that qualify as some starters? If 2 guys played, 3 guys played? Yeah. I just hope it doesn't mean, like, everybody but Josh and James Cook and Deion Dawkins.
Will Josh Palmer play?
That'd be one where I'd be like, what's the need?
Especially
if Allen's not playing. Josh Allen's not playing.
Right. Josh Palmer gets banged up. He got banged up at practice yesterday, left for a couple plays, came back.
Right.
But
I need him being put at risk so he can catch passes from Kyle Allen.
I don't want to do that, especially if I've got Keon Coleman in a walking boot. So we'll probably get an update on Coleman today.
Right.
So,
yeah, receiver would be one where I would hope none of the starters.
Play it safe.
The line, I wouldn't want any of the starters. Defensively would be the only place. It's a new scheme. You're still figuring things out back there. Who's playing, how much. Offensively, I just don't know why you would need to play anybody. Kincaid, another one. No chance you should be putting Dalton Kincaid out there on the field. So
803-0550, the phone number. We're going to call in here. Jake in Buffalo is on. Hey, Jake.
Hey, guys. Good morning. How are you?
Good.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yep. Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm not sure if I'm going through. All right, so I want to talk a little bit about the topic today. So in terms of, we talked a little bit about the success and failures of what this year would look like and who would the responsibility fall on. And I think it's very simple in my mind. I think offensively, when you have Josh Allen in the continuity, you have someone making the play calls and doing the things that they've done, the success that they've had, offense is pretty much taken care of. I think the only thing the GM had to do was find a down-the-field receiver threat, which I think we found. So that's good. So offense, I'm not concerned about. Defensively, I think the reason why, which goes to your point, why there probably was a change, more so than them getting to a Super Bowl, was more or less what was as you have mentioned before, was the default is the defense lets us down in the big moments of the games, right? Like, we just can't make a stop or what have you, or they're always scoring over 30 points. Like, why can't we shut an offense down and whatnot in the playoffs? So I feel like where I'm looking is scheme-wise, like the main thing that we need to do this year going into the Houston games, can we stop the run? That's number one. Like, you haven't been able to stop. Like, McDermott's defense hasn't stopped the run for, like, the last 4 or 5 years. It's been, like, the thorn in our heel. So, like, is that a personnel thing or is that a scheme thing? I think what I've seen up to this point in the preseason is I've seen a schematic change, which changed us from being more of, like, we're focusing on stopping the pass to now being an attack-style defense with good tackling that forces on, like, applying pressure and attacking and it coming from different angles and whatnot. And maybe that changed the way the D-line addresses the run because of the way that they're being asked to do it from the line perspective. But at the end of the day, because I do believe this year we will find ourselves in a very similar position, which means we're going to be in the playoffs, whether it's we win our division or we're second in our division and we have to kind of do what we did similarly last year. We're going to win our first playoff game, or we're going to find ourselves in a divisional match and or the AFC Championship game, in which case you're playing a team that has a balanced offense and defense, meaning they're good on both sides. And so at that point in time, did you have the horses or did you have what it took from a personnel standpoint to get the job done? Because you can't say you didn't have what it took offensively because you have the best player on offense in the league. So, like, offense is not going to be the concern. The concern of mine is going to be, can we stop a team, right, from scoring 30-plus points when we score 30? Or can we stop a team on 3rd and long, right, because we were able to get pressure on the quarterback and he doesn't have to, the time to scramble and get a first down with his feet or make a big play downfield, like, to a wide-open guy. So, like, I feel like that's where we're going to live. And the only way we're going to know that is really, honestly, unless the season goes completely like haywire, which I don't think it will, is when that time comes. And so when that time comes, where are we going to sit on the fence? And what I'm hoping is, that we did enough changeover on defense that it looks and feels different and the scheme helps. But that's where I'm going to live, and it's going to be on Brandon Beane. And that's a Beane conversation. It's not going to be a coach conversation all in my mind. And that's kind of where I stand with it. Just getting your guys' feedback on that.
Well, one part I would want to separate from the overall point there is the idea that it would matter or you would necessarily have to be playing a team where you have to stop the run in the AFC Championship game. The McDermott not being good against the run, I think, was philosophical. It was, I don't need to be good at stopping the run. I'm going to dare you to run the ball. I'm going to be good at stopping the pass, and it's what I think allowed their defense to be so good over the totality of the 9 years that he was here, when, like, one time they were good at stopping the run, and how did their defense perform in a 9-year sample? Pretty darn good. And then when they failed in the playoffs, it was not because of the run game. And honestly, I'm looking back at, like, the last 5 AFC Championship games. Who's been good at running the ball? New England and Denver weren't good at running the ball. The year before, the Chiefs weren't good at running the ball. The Bills were, I guess, right? But the Chiefs, multiple times, never good at running the ball. Were the Bengals, when they made it twice, good at running the ball? No. Like, you just actually are not likely to play a team that's going to be running it over on you. So if they're good at that, fine, good. But I don't need them to make some giant effort. If they're better, so be it, good. I think they probably actually will be better given some of the personnel changes with scheme. They'll have 5 guys up front. But that's not a part of the equation for me. The part of the equation for me will be, will Jim Leonard, with these defensive players, be able to shut down top offenses and top quarterbacks in the playoffs. And I think that's a tough ask. Their defensive personnel might be better than we thought, but it's still not like loaded, right? They are not going to be one of the best defenses in football, I don't think. You got some guys playing in a new scheme. You got young players playing. I mean, I'm optimistic more, I think, today than I was a month ago about how good their defense will be. But I don't know. That's a big question, what they would look like if they go up against whatever quarterback is in the MVP chase, Drake May or Justin Herbert in the postseason.
To this point, I went to Ben Baldwin's, this is a little data for you if you want. Hopefully I won't make this too data heavy, but stopping the run is always something we talk about in the regular season, but like you pointed out, in the postseason, it never. The
Bills don't lose because of it.
No, they really never do. They don't lose because they can't stop the run. Not even Cincinnati. They didn't lose that game because they couldn't stop the run. But so I went to Ben Baldwin's sites, and I even went to Joe since 2019 and 2025. Right, so 6 years of when the Bills have been good. And Ben Baldwin's site, which if you ever want to do this and get one of those fancy graphs, it's rbsdm.com. What does that stand for? No idea. No idea.
I don't know.
But you can play around with stuff. So I went all the way until all right, the last 6 seasons, the 7 seasons, whatever, since the Bills have been making the playoffs. Divisional round and conference championship. Only those 2 rounds. Eliminating the Skylar Thompson games. Eliminating who else?
Mac Jones.
Sure. All the
Phillip
wild
Rivers.
card. Yeah. Just in the rounds where they've lost, I'm able to look at EPA against the run and against the pass defensively. And what you see is against the run, they are middle of the pack average defense. Against the pass, they are the worst. And that's if all the points you want to make about a McDermott defense, they've always been good against the pass in the regular season. And then they get to the postseason in these 2 rounds, and they aren't. And for me, I always kind of want to explain that away in who do you play in those 2 rounds? You play Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes. This last year you played Bo Nix. But that's who you've played every year. So your drop back EPA per play allowed in the divisional round and conference championship. Like Tyler Dunn's gone through the numbers on this, right? We've had him on a bunch. How it's like playing against the 2017 Patriots every single playoffs. Your defense against the pass has been that bad. So while stopping the run is important, it's like eating your vegetables. To me, that is not what I need to be different for them. What Jim Leonard has to do is find a way to come in and not allow a passer to throw the ball all over the field on them. And he's going to probably have to do it with scheme. And are they deeper this year than years past? I don't know. A couple key injuries, and you're into some pretty unknown players. So scheme will be super important. And this is like the larger conversation what we've had today about Brady and Jim Leonard. If the defense is great, we'll want Jim Leonard as defensive coordinator of the year, and he'll get head coaching job conversations, right? He'll be interviewed. If the defense is bad, we'll wonder why Brandon Beane hasn't brought in more talent. Where's the talent? Where are the draft picks? Where are the hits, right?
Yeah.
And if the defense is good, Beane will get credit for that. Like how Deion Walker is looking like a really good piece for them, and Landon Jackson might be a difference maker this year for them. But again, on what level? If Bradley Chubb doesn't deliver what Trey Hendrickson does, which is a 2-sack game in the conference final or a 2-sack game in the divisional round, then it'll get to Beane. But yeah, stopping the run is great to talk about, but man, you get to the games that you lose and that end your season, it's never been an issue. Just, it's not what gets you beat.
I bet a lot of that McDermott difference in the playoffs also is just Mahomes.
Yeah.
Right? And that was not who you play. They were good against Mahomes in the regular season. Mahomes in the regular season against the Bills, we know the record. The record's 1-5. But beyond that, 10 touchdowns, 8 picks, under 7 yards per attempt. There's only one team in the league that Mahomes has played in his NFL career that he has a worse passer rating against than the Bills.
In the regular season?
In the regular season. It's the Giants, who he's only played twice. So, a way smaller sample size. You could legitimately argue that statistically, in the regular season, of all 32 teams, in the last 7 years, 8 years, the best team against Mahomes was the Bills. And then in the playoffs, you can argue, I think, have an easier time arguing, that no team was worse against Mahomes in the playoffs than the Bills. Like, he specifically, I think, makes up, because obviously it's 4 playoff games. Like, that's half of McDermott's playoff games. Or is it close? Probably close to half of his playoff games. Yeah. That's the difference. And that is not running the ball. But that also is not all the quarterbacks, right? Like, Bo Nix was okay against the Bills last year in the playoffs. Trevor Lawrence was not good. Jackson has been in the playoffs against the Bills through 2 games. Rivers, Watson was pretty darn good, I think, in 2019. But, like, it's so much of it, I think, is just Mahomes. But either way, now it's Leonard, and that'll be a question I think we are all asking, to Jake's point, about they could be dominating middle of the road, even good quarterbacks. They could dominate Jared Goff. They could dominate, Kyler Murray and maybe even Drake May once along the way in the regular season. And nobody is going to care because of the scar tissue of McDermott being great in the regular season and then having these failures in the playoffs.
Right.
If Jim Leonard, I think it would just be attached to him. Great. You were good against, you even held Stafford. You did good against top quarterbacks. Now let's see you do it in the postseason, because if you don't do it in the playoffs, nobody's going to care about what you did in the regular season with that.
Denver had 3.2 yards per carry in that game. Bo Nix did throw for 279 on 46 attempts.
That's not very good.
Yeah.
Right?
3 touchdowns. He had a couple big plays.
Again, they were gifted 9 points in that game by the Bills' offense.
It is kind of funny how, like, we have 13 seconds. You have all these losses, but, like, they really lost to Denver. They really lost to Denver.
Do you still have that chart open?
Yes.
If you go post 13 seconds, how bad is it?
What year is 13 seconds?
2022.
Okay, so just 23, 24, 25 seasons?
Yeah.
And run the numbers on the Bills' defense against the run, against the pass?
Yeah. Like, are they still the worst defense against the pass? That's my question. Like, how much of they're the worst pass defense in the playoffs was the first couple times? And the 13 seconds game, which, of course, they could not stop anything in that game.
Just divisional round and conference round again. Like, I'm just doing that.
Yeah.
They are still the worst.
Still the worst?
Yep. Still the worst against the pass.
Different.
Yeah. So it's not even really skewed by that game.
Right.
So that's the hope, right, is that it's different.
It's different and it's better. Yep. And attacking and aggressive, because obviously everyone lost their minds in the Bengals game and other times. Hasn't that always been the indictment? Who did, was it from The Ringer? Someone did like a series on why the Bills were worse in the postseason defensively than they were in the regular season. Like,
probably Danny Kelly from The Ringer might have done it.
That might be right. But I think the criticism was this style worked in the regular season. You were too stubborn to change it. You just wanted to do what we do, and you want to do what we do best. You didn't have these wrinkles. You didn't throw different things. Spagnuolo is calling plays against Allen on a 4th down that hasn't been called in the entire season.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're showing looks, yeah.
And I know that every coach in the league, when they get hired, talks about being aggressive on defense. Even if you are the most conservative defensive mind in football, you will still say that about being an aggressive-minded defense. But with Leonard, it's believable because everywhere he's gone, player and coach, that's how it's looked. So that would be my confidence that it could look better, is I do have a coach now that isn't just talking about being more aggressive and having different wrinkles. It's a guy that's actually had that happen basically everywhere he's been.
803-0550. Getting close to Bills season. Fantasy draft season. Another reason August is great.
Biggest fantasy draft week of the year.
This one?
This one, yep.
Do I have one on Sunday? No, Saturday. We have our Stake League draft on Saturday.
We do. We also have the Odyssey League draft this weekend.
The Odyssey League?
The Odyssey.
Yes.
I have 6 drafts this week.
Whoa. That's a lot.
Including 3 on Saturday.
Let me ask you this. it's draft week for a lot of people. Maybe you're in 12-team leagues, redraft, just for this conversation. They do the random draw, 1 through 12. What number do you want to see come up?
Oh.
You're in a random draft.
Yep.
You know, all right, spin the wheel. You have pick anywhere between 1 and 12, standard size for a lot of leagues, right?
Yep.
Redraft. Like our stake league, they ran the draft, and the results came through, and I'm like, where should I want to be? Where do you want to be?
I don't want to be in the middle. That's always what I think about.
Ooh, I kind of like the middle.
I like the quick snake picks back and forth.
But based on the tiers. Like I defer to Joe a lot here.
Right.
Anytime I'm making a trade in a league, I usually send it to Joe, and I'm like, "What do you think?"
He does send it.
Even in leagues that we're in together.
And he won't make a trade with me somehow.
That's because if you like it for you, I don't like it for me.
No, that's that feels.
It makes sense.
Gross.
It checks out.
The place I think I want to be, honestly, this year is I want to be 4th.
Yes. Thank you for saying that. That was the number I had
4th?
in my head. Yeah, 4th.
Because I feel like there is a top 4 that this year I'd like to be in, and I don't care enough about the difference between 1 and 4, and I'd like to be a little higher in the second round.
So the answer is basically top 4 is a big get. But you even think like
that specifically would be my number 1. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I like this year for there's risk.
Are the 4, if I have them right here, is it Gibbs, Bijan, Puka, and Chase? That's the 4.
That's the 4.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And Puka, I guess you could be worried about. There's still the idea of a suspension out there for him. I'm okay with that. If I'm not 4 specifically, I don't even know if I want to be 1. Because at that point, like, I don't mind the middle this year. Yeah. The middle, if I'm getting JSN or I'm getting St. Brown, like, I'd want to be before 7. Let me just put it that way. I want to be before the 7th pick.
And
I don't want to be last this year.
In our draft that's coming up on Saturday, I'm 2 and you're 3, I think.
Yeah, I like that. Okay. Yeah. I like that for both of us. Because once I start getting into, like James Cook is my best player, no problem with that. Barkley specifically is a guy I've never want. Jefferson with the questions of the quarterback.
Jefferson with a competent quarterback has consistently put up numbers.
I know.
Even with Darnold, he put up numbers. Like, I know Kyler Murray's not going to win games like Darnold, but
I'm trying hard not to be spooked from last year.
For Jefferson.
Because I had him places last year, and it was a nightmare. He was the worst type of fantasy player last year.
Because you can't ever take him out.
And he was just good enough you could not take him out, and you were just so disappointed week after week when he was getting 11 points.
Yeah.
So you're probably right, though. If you just factor in who's his quarterback, he's got a decent quarterback, middle of the road, he should be one of the best receivers. But last year is a little scary. So, yeah, top 7. Give me to St. Brown as my best player, and I'm perfectly happy.
Yeah.
But after that, I'm starting to get a little nervous. I'm starting to just like, do I want to reach for a Murray and Hampton here?
Yeah.
Or Achan, that's another guy.
Right.
He was the 3rd best running back in fantasy last year. And you probably need a late 1st or early 2nd to draft him right now. You confident in drafting the running back on the worst team in football?
I wouldn't like it.
Not really.
With a quarterback who, by the way,
will run.
He's going to run. What do running quarterbacks generally not do? Dump the ball off to running backs.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like those, when I'm starting to, Kenneth Walker is going around that range. Do I want a Chiefs running back? Like, okay,
yes,
they paid him.
My answer to that is yes. You do want you want Kenneth Walker. I'm high on that pick this year.
Like, I could be talked into a lot of these guys, but none of them to me are sure things like you're getting like the top 7, 8 players. Top 7 players, really.
Maybe we'll do some more fantasy later in the show. When we get back, we're going to talk with Sal. The Bills practice in a little bit. We got an update on Skylar Bell. Good news for you. The full intent is he will play on Thursday.
Nice.
So we'll see Skylar Bell against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Get the injury updates from Sal on the other side as well. Jeremy and Joe, Sal coming up with the update from Bills practice. Joe Brady just spoke on the injuries. We'll get you that next. What percentage of Bills fans think that they will take a step back because of the coach? And is that number 0?
No.
It's not 0?
It's not 0.
Is it 3%? Because of the coach.
I want to say it's like of all fans.
Sure. What percentage of Bills fans are worried about that as a realistic scenario.
I was going to say like 5%,
okay,
5 to 10%.
Super low, right? Super low.
I think so, yeah.
As long as Brady's offense is good, we do this all the time in football. We're going to assign the side of the ball you're on. Was that good? If that was good, you were good.
Right.
And unless he is, I don't know, losing challenges all the time, something McDermott did, or if he is blowing game management grossly, something McDermott occasionally did, I just think that if the offense is good, Brady is going to be looked at as doing a decent job. And if the defense is bad, that's not his side of the ball. He doesn't do the roster construction. The Bills, during that rain delay for the Bills and Browns game, they showed the blue and red, and there's clips about all their decision making. And in those clips, Brady is talking about watching the GM and watching the front office go to work like he's a passenger, like he's seeing them do what they do is pretty cool. Like he's not up there telling them who to pick or what to do. They're kind of, Brandon Beane's the GM of football operations, the president of football operations, and the GM. And I just get the sense that if the defense is bad, no one will put it on Brady. I probably won't. The same way that when the offense was good, no one gave flowers to McDermott. We tied McDermott to his side of the ball.
Any offensive failure sometimes would he's getting in the way.
Right.
And yet, would you ever do that with the defense? Brady's getting in the way of the defense. It's just not the same animal.
No, it never works that way. You would never say the offensive coach takes over the defense and tells them how to play. No one ever thinks that happens. But the flip side, people think that happens all the time.
Bills are on a short week as they gear up for their final preseason matchup against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Jim Leonard spoke yesterday, and Joe Brady spoke this morning. In case you missed any of it, that'll be on demand for you at WGR550.com. Looking around the NFL, no more booty calls for Mike Vrabel as the Texans acquired wide receiver Kayshon Boutte from the Patriots in exchange for safety Jalen Reed. 49ers owner Jed York was arrested in a local prostitution sting yesterday. Deshaun Watson has been named the Browns starter over Shedeur Sanders. Rams head coach Sean McVay said he remains undecided on who Matt Stafford's backup will be to start the season. Jets head coach Aaron Glenn said Breece Hall, dealing with the groin injury, he's on track to play in Week 1 against the Titans. And Chiefs head coach Andy Reid said, we'll just see, when asked if Patrick Mahomes, dealing with the knee injury, would play in Week 1 against the Broncos. In baseball, the Red Sox, they beat the Marlins 4-2. Today, they rematch at 6:40. The Yankees play the Astros at 7:05, and the Royals, they play the Blue Jays at 7:07. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Sal Capaccio joining us in the Western Hotline. Joe Brady just spoke with the media. Practice starting there at One Bills Drive shortly. Sal, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, it's already started, actually. Watching Tyler Bask actually kick field goals. I haven't seen it. It's a long one. That's good. You hear the air horn there, guys. It just wrapped up. That's probably about 45 yards out. So, yeah, we are out here bright and early this morning. I just can't stop laughing after I just heard Joe Cali say that no more booty calls for Mike Vrabel. I think that's what he said.
It is.
That
It
is exactly what we said.
It's been the line of the day. So we won't keep you long so you can get back to practice. I know you're there. Joe Brady gave a number of injury updates and maybe a little more revealing on timelines. He'd been kind of, he deferred on any sort of injuries, talking like a hockey coach, upper body, lower body. But I guess as we get closer to the regular season, he's got to kind of reveal a little bit more and more. To me, from what I'm reading, it seemed like we got some ideas on who will and won't be ready by the time the season starts.
I still am thinking that I'm keeping the window open personally for anybody who's not practicing right now, other than Tyrell Shavers, I guess, right, who obviously in his situation is different. But, he said his words were, we have a while before our first game or something like that when referring to Ty Johnson, but that can go for anybody, right? So he didn't give a timeline necessarily, but it felt like, and I felt like this for a while, he was just playing the long game, taking the approach of we're going to lay off these guys if they have any little thing. On Skylar Bell specifically, who did practice yesterday, he said he wants to see him on Thursday night. He said it's going to be a hard practice today. We'll see how he gets through that, and he'd like to see him. So it feels like, he's out there. He was out there yesterday. Some guys are still not. Terrell Bernard didn't practice yesterday. I'm looking right now, guys. I do not see him today. I thought it was very revealing when he said, it's not like Terrell Bernard's fighting for a roster spot. He is a leader of our defense and a starter. So anybody who had any thought of that is, he is going to be out there Week 1 playing with the team. And I feel like it's trending towards him kind of making sure that everybody's as available as can possibly be for Week 1.
And the Ty Johnson update, Sal, about like what his timeline might be, and I know you and Jeremy got into yesterday, like how the running back depth chart might look for 53-man roster. If it's not going to be like a long time, like even if he missed a game or 2 games,
right?
I mean, the practice squad rules would make it so that they could have the 3 running backs we thought were going to make the team and just fill in while Johnson's out.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Joe. So, you can now. The only rub is now, of course, to get a guy to a practice squad, he has to be waived, and that's Sunday at 6 p.m. But look, how many teams are clamoring to put Ian Wheeler on their 53-man roster, right? If you claim a guy, that's what you got to do. It could happen, but the Bills probably could get both Ian Wheeler and Frank Gore on the practice squad. And if Ty Johnson's not ready, one of them could get elevated. And, depending on what you want and the fact that they could both have 3 elevations, you have a few options there. So, yeah, you shouldn't be too worried about it from that standpoint. I think where you really get concerned is Ty Johnson's an important player. He's their third down back. He understands protections in this offense, and he's a guy they trust. He's a guy that Josh Allen trusts. You want to have Ty Johnson on the field. But you're right. If it comes down to it, you do have options with the practice squad and the way the rules work.
Also on punt returner, he got into it a little bit on that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I asked him specifically. The question I said was, what are you looking for in your punt returner? He said, well, to get the ball back. And he said, I know that sounds easy, right? It sounds simple. Right? Fourth down, get the ball back. What he's saying is make good decisions. Don't waste getting a fourth down punt opportunity to you, and then you give the ball back to the other team, make a bad decision, put your offense in a hole, muff a punt, something like that. That's what he's looking for. He said there's good competition going on in that room right now. And the other day before the joint practice, he said Ray Davis wants the punt return job. I spoke with Ray yesterday about that. Ray said he had done it in high school. He just never did in college or the NFL yet. He said it's a little different than returning a kick. He said, but for him, like it's kind of like riding a bike. He had done it before. He likes it. He had a 12-yard return. I'm interested. I don't know the odds of this. I'll ask you guys what you think. Like, what's the percentage chance that the punt returner for the Buffalo Bills this year is not on the roster right now? I think it's possible. Now, it's not likely because given what Joe Brady said, he could go to, Khalil Shakir and do that. Ray Davis is a guy that can return punts, obviously. They could put Keon Coleman, who's been injured, obviously. So, see where he's at with that. But I just don't know. I wonder. I just keep thinking about a few years ago when they went out and got Brandon Codrington as a trade on cutdown day.
Yeah, there's been a lot of turnover there. I mean, Micah Hyde and Khalil Shakir also have done it. In a lot of it would be what? The guys are dealing with competition around the league, and are you going to like a guy from another team who doesn't win his job more than you might like your current options?
Yeah, that's right. And, well, you have to also think about the roster component of it, right? I haven't even talked about Mecole Hardman. He's an interesting case because, like, if you want to, you could put Mecole Hardman back there, and you do have an option then at wide receiver. And honestly, with the injuries, that might not be a terrible idea. Are you keeping Mecole Hardman on the 53-man roster to do it, or are you doing it by having him being elevated from the practice squad? If you want him on the 53, where are you shaving somebody else? So I just think there's a lot of decisions that have to be made on that. And there's a good roster. It's got a lot of competition, a lot of spots where there's not many people you can just look at and go, oh yeah, we can keep him 1-for-1 for that guy at this other position. And then you have guys injured in the secondary, and Joe talked about that today. And he said, I wouldn't say concern is the word, but they've been had a lot of communication on task and time on task communication for the guys who have been out there with the safeties, the cornerbacks. And you're getting to week 1 here in 2 weeks. So it's just something that they have to start thinking about.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Sal, the jobs that are still up for grabs, left guard, maybe linebacker, what do you think we see on Thursday? Do we see those played out kind of in earnest in this game?
I think we'll probably see something at left guard. Joe did say that some of the starters will play. He did say Josh Allen will not play. Made that kind of clear. He even said Josh Allen might call a few plays. He'll be next to him. Might call a few plays. That was interesting. But I would think left guard could be a spot where you just need to see more. This is unsettled between both Austin Corbett and Alec Anderson. I feel like Alec Anderson is kind of the leader in the clubhouse, so to speak. But, you need to see that. You had an injury to a rookie offensive lineman, Jude Bowery, who's in a walking boot. Does that change the numbers on how you want to massage what you're doing at that spot? Does that allow a guy like Chase Lunt or Nick Broker to kind of enter the conversation as a guy that you might keep? Tylan Grable's been your swing guy. So I know you asked about left guard, about starting positions, but all that whole offensive line outside of the main 4 that they have, in Dawkins and McGovern, and by the way, his injury, obviously, want to get him recovered. And then right guard Osiris Torres and Spencer Brown. Then at linebacker, interesting from Jim Leonard yesterday, he said both Caleb Elarmzor and Dorian Williams have earned the right to be on the field. He even didn't dismiss rotating them at some point, if that were to be the case this year. So, yeah, I think those are spots you're looking at. And then I think depth corner is really interesting between, Kenai Walker, Toriano Pride, Davison Igbinosun, and all those guys. I mean, they've all kind of had their moments in camp and preseason, and, you have to see where that is, especially with some of the injuries in the secondary.
Any other positions you think are up for grabs still, to make the 53 on Thursday? Maybe depth offensive line. Would that still be one of them?
Yeah. Like I said, I think if you go with the Jude Bowery situation, Joe, I think that could be a changer for how they want to do it. But I'll go to the other side. How about defensive line? I mean, they bring in Greg Gaines. Dwayne Carter's been a guy we talked about a lot, right? I think Landon Jackson's fit in really well in this new defense and the scheme where they want him there. Fedarian Mathis' suspension could change some of that, and how they view those numbers. Is there a trade to be made for a guy that they figure he's not going to be on our 53, but he's good enough to play somewhere? So I do think there's depth offensive line and depth defensive line spots to figure out here.
Housekeeping on that, Fedarian Mathis, how does that work? Does he have to be on the team and then go on a list after, or does he go immediately on a suspension list?
Immediate line of suspension list. He does not have to make the 53. Once cut down day comes, he will get transferred to the reserve suspended list. So you can count him as 54 if that makes more sense.
Yep.
All right. Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Sal, I'll let you get back to practice, and we'll talk tomorrow.
All right, guys. Thanks.
Bills gearing up for the Pittsburgh Steelers Thursday.
Can you name the last time? Joe Brady did say today, we don't always need the guy to return a touchdown, but we need them to make smart decisions. You know the last time the Bills have had a punt return touchdown? Hint, they only had 2 punt return touchdowns the entire time Sean McDermott was their head coach. So it's not pre-McDermott.
No, okay.
But 3 ago is pre-McDermott.
Oof.
One was really important. One was not important. They were against the same opponent.
Man. Really important. Were they both against Miami?
They were both against Miami.
Okay. One was Deontay Hardy in the game week 18 down there for the division.
Yep. Won them the division, basically.
Yeah. Boy, I feel
I
feel so good that I got that.
That was good.
I feel so good about that.
They tied the game on that punt return touchdown.
And they desperately needed it.
Yeah. A 95. It was a long one, too.
And the other is against Miami. That's going to be...
Yeah, it's the 56-26 finale that Miami needed that game, didn't they? Yes, they were 10-5 going in. They needed the win to make the playoffs.
And the Bills finished 6-10. That's Allen's rookie year? Or
no,
okay,
that's 2021.
Different year. 2021. The Bills are in.
Yeah, Barkley was raining bombs over the top.
Okay.
Isaiah McKenzie had a 3-touchdown.
I was going to guess it.
Oh, were you?
Did he have the punt return?
He did, yeah.
Okay. I'm just so glad I got that Deontay Hardy one.
Marcus Thigpen was 3 punt return touchdowns ago for the Bills.
Not practicing today on the offensive line, Jude Bowery, Connor McGovern, and Cedric Van Pran Granger. That's per Matt Perino, who's updating who didn't practice. We just talked to Sal about who didn't practice, looking for guys here and there. On the offensive line, the depth, we'll see. They've got a little depth in the middle. Might feel good about that. But McGovern, he's hoping to play the opener against the Texans. I hope he's good to go. I hope he is. It's a big one.
Yeah, their depth interior, I think, is really good, and their depth on the edges or on the tackle positions is a little questionable. Because you have 2 guys that you might not trust to stay healthy, Tylan Grable and Jude Bowery. You also don't know how good they are in the first place, right? You don't have a veteran. You don't really have a veteran there.
I think everything about Bowery is like it's not a player you want to see on the field this year. Not yet. Not right now. Does not look like a player that's ready.
Right.
Hey, do the rivalry uniforms come out today?
Ooh, they might.
I think it's today.
I think you're right.
I just looked at the calendar. August 25th is, I think today's the rivalry uniforms for the NFC West. No, NFC
North,
North,
AFC South.
Okay, so are we getting
today
8 new jerseys in the next couple hours?
I think we are. Yeah.
Oh man, I'm so excited.
Hold
on, let me write. Let me already write. This is so clean. I'm gonna get my all my.
Well, that's only for the white.
Get all my
jerseys,
drafts ready. So clean. I can't wait to find out which team makes people mad. Who's gonna make people mad? NFC North and AFC South.
I have a guess. Because I think whenever they come up with anything that isn't what they originally wore, people get mad. I think Jacksonville is going to be this team. Jacksonville, remember they had the 2-colored helmets, the gradient helmets.
Yeah.
They also had those puke yellow color rush uniforms that everybody hated.
Jacksonville's
my guess.
Jacksonville is going to have. Oh, man, what are their rivalry uniforms going to look like?
It's going to be Jaguar print.
It's going to be...
Oh, yes.
It's just going to be all Jaguar print.
Love it. Or maybe the helmet. Because the Bengals have the tiger stripes. We're talking a Jaguar Love that idea.
That's all possible.
They're definitely doing that.
I'm over here thinking, would they write across like the chest like Duval with a lot of U's?
Oh my goodness!
They love
all the way
they
across.
love talking about the name of their county
All the way
It's
across.
all they do. Will there be?
No. It's the
It'll
most
be
famous county in the NFL.
Who else could do something stupid with a rivalry uniform?
You're
today?
right. Like, can we start it like in the shoulders and it goes
Yeah,
all the way across on the top?
Like
Yeah.
the whole collar. On the collar, my other pet peeve is an old man yell at cloud segment. The interior of the collar that you never see will say Duval on it. That's what. Hey, look, we do the inside of our collar.
That no one will ever see.
All these sports teams putting stuff on the inside of the collar. Look what we did here. Oh, great. Congratulations.
I'll see it when I put it on once a year.
Yeah, right. Right.
Jaguars could make people mad. The Texans, I think the Texans, well, they're going to do some sort of like Rockets stuff.
Yeah.
Have any of these leaked?
No, not really. I don't think.
I'll see if I can find something. The Texans, when they came out with their new uniforms,
the H-Town ones?
I loved what they did. Yeah, the H-Town uniforms, the red one with like the chrome-looking helmet. I love what Texans have
That's
done.
a little different than the one that's the H. They have the alternate H.
They came out with two
helmets?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
2 alternate helmets, 2 alternate uniforms.
Have you found any leaked rivalry?
I have a leak on the Lions one.
Okay.
And the Lions helmet looks, I kind of like it. It's a chromish blue. The outline of the lion is like a silver, and then the interior of the lion is black.
Okay.
All right.
I've only got the helmet. Okay, now I have an image that might show all 8 leaks.
Ooh.
And if this is right, then the Texans are basically wearing Oilers throwbacks, which already exist by the Tennessee Titans. Like, not Oilers, like it looks like
it's like
Oilers colors.
Baby blues.
Yeah.
You have a rivalry
Also,
jersey,
someone
by the way,
who-
right? You have McBride, the Arizona Desert Sand one.
It's my favorite one. My favorite player in the league that isn't a Bill.
The Dolphins wore black and claimed it was dark blue.
Yeah, it was. I forget what they called it.
Midnight black,
something like
or
that.
midnight blue.
Yeah, I think it was midnight blue.
I don't know.
No,
what
it was something else.
It's something C related.
I don't know what this image is, but I've got a team. Who's the? Someone looks like Syracuse. Who's that going to be? This is a Syracuse uniform.
The Bears.
Dark Waters was the
Dark
Dolphins
Water.
name, by the way.
Yeah, Dark Waters.
The Bears are wearing orange and blue.
I'll send you this collection of leaks.
Tweet it out.
All right.
We got to think of the things that
retweet it.
it's kind of like when we used to name hot dogs for the arena.
Mm-hmm.
We're trying to think of the things that these teams would play into, right?
The Colts have a black.
We had the NFC West. The Niners just wore black. What did the Rams do? They also just wore black and called it LA Knights.
Yeah.
The Patriots had gray uniforms.
Some of these
Yeah,
leagues.
like a blue-gray.
The Jets said they were Gotham black.
Yes, right. Yeah.
All right, 8 new rivalry uniforms coming out today. Oh wow, I'm seeing the full leak here from NFL Nerd. These are all. Right,
This is the same image that I just saw
take
by
a break.
someone else.
These are all terrible. There's nothing interesting about any of them.
None of them?
They're all. I want to swear how
You don't like
terrible they are.
the Bears one's your beloved Syracuse.
It's terrible. The best one on here is the Lions because it says Motor City and they're blue. The Lions.
No. That's Music City.
Music City. That's
the Titans.
That's the Titans.
The Lions are top left. They
The
look
Titans.
like the Panthers.
The Titans have the best one. The rest of them are a disaster. Totally terrible.
Who's going to make you mad? All of them.
All of them. It's like the Bruins whenever they do announce a uniform change. These are all terrible. Colts terrible.
You don't like the Texans? It's basically the Oilers jerseys, right?
Yes, but with like spacey numbers. Okay, I do like the Texans. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
If these are them. Blah, whatever.
He was so excited 3 minutes ago.
Someone make a good jersey challenge.
Well, the Islanders did that, but
I think they might have done
then they might
okay.
have cheated.
Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
To the experience point, like, that's not why I would be down on the Brady idea, because I feel like he's already gone through those trials as the play caller, which I think is the most important part of his job this year. I know there was organizing the team and like how you run camp and how you run practices and injury reports, and you're a CEO now. Like, you are in charge of everything. But even with all of that being said, I still feel like the most important part of Joe Brady's job this season is how does he call plays? How that last drive in a divisional round game or an AFC championship game or in a Super Bowl, when you need to score, how is he calling plays? That to me is more important than anything else he'll do this year. And in that, he's already got experience.
He does. And in that, people will think, I think, that no more McDermott thumb on the scale, as has long been the belief. What percentage of Bills fans think that they will take a step back because of the coach? And is that number 0?
No.
It's not 0?
It's not 0.
Is it 3%? Because of the coach.
I want to say it's like, of all fans?
Sure. What percentage of Bills fans are worried about that as a realistic scenario?
I was going to say like 5%,
okay,
5 to 10%.
Super low, right? Super low.
I think so, yeah.
As long as Brady's offense is good, we do this all the time in football. We're going to assign the side of the ball you're on. Was that good? If that was good, you were good.
Right.
And unless he is, I don't know, losing challenges all the time, something McDermott did, or if he is blowing game management grossly, something McDermott occasionally did. I just think that if the offense is good, Brady is going to be looked at as doing a decent job. And if the defense is bad, that's not his side of the ball. He doesn't do the roster construction. The Bills, during that rain delay for the Bills and Browns game, they showed the blue and red, and there's clips about all their decision making. And in those clips, Brady is talking about watching the GM and watching the front office go to work like he's a passenger, like he's seeing them do what they do is pretty cool. Like he's not up there telling them who to pick or what to do. They're kind of, Brandon Beane's the GM of football operations, the president of football operations, and the GM. And I just get the sense that if the defense is bad, no one will put it on Brady. I probably won't. The same way that when the offense was good, no one gave flowers to McDermott. We tied McDermott to his side of the ball.
Any offensive failure sometimes would, he's getting in the way.
Right.
And yet, would you ever do that with the defense? Brady's getting in the way of the defense? It's just not the same animal.
No, it never works that way. You would never say the offensive coach takes over the defense and tells them how to play. No one ever thinks that happens. But the flip side, people think that happens all the time. Jed York, huh?
The 49ers have had the craziest offseason imaginable. The owner's in this. The coach got in a car accident. Every player's hurt. They're getting electrocuted at practice.
Electrocuted?
Or,
what?
Well, not electrocuted. They're getting whatever.
They're getting
You know what I
like
mean.
electric rays shot into their collagen.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
The best meme I saw yesterday was the end of Guardians of the Galaxy where they're all using the Power Stone together and harnessing it and pushing it. And they're like, all of the 49ers players using this and pushing all the power towards the owner from the harnessing the, what do you call it? The plant.
Yeah.
The substation.
Substation.
I can't remember, though, the last time I've seen an NFL owner in a mugshot.
Yeah. All right, Jeremy and Joe, we'll get some fantasy chatter in. Also, maybe some golf trash talk today because we're going to be playing some golf today.
Let's go. I'm riding high.
You're riding high? Good.
Yeah.
It's the perfect time to crash and burn. That's my experience playing golf. I go in and be like, man, I'm playing great. This is going to be a great day. Good times. Jeremy and Joe on WGR.
To the experience point, like, that's not why I would be down on the Brady idea, because I feel like he's already gone through those trials as the play caller, which I think is the most important part of his job this year. I know there was organizing the team and like how you run camp and how you run practices and injury reports, and you're a CEO now. Like, you are in charge of everything. But even with all of that being said, I still feel like the most important part of Joe Brady's job this season is how does he call plays? How that last drive in a divisional round game or an AFC championship game or in a Super Bowl, when you need to score, how is he calling plays? That to me is more important than anything else he'll do this year. And in that, he's already got experience.
He does. And in that, people will think, I think, that no more McDermott thumb on the scale, as is long been the belief.
The Bills are on a short week as they gear up for their final preseason matchup against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Jim Leonard spoke yesterday, in case you missed any of that. That's on demand at WGR550.com. Joe Brady spoke this morning. That's on demand as well. These Bills are not practicing. Wide receiver Keon Coleman, McCole Hardman, Khalil Shakir, Jude Bowery, Connor McGovern, Cedric Van Pran Granger, Ty Johnson, Ed Oliver, Javon Solomon, Terrell Bernard, Joe Andreessen, and C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Around the NFL, no more booty calls from Mike Vrabel as the Texans acquired wide receiver Kayshon Boutte from the Patriots in exchange for safety Jalen Reed. 49ers owner Jed York was arrested in a local prostitution sting yesterday. Deshaun Watson has been named the Browns starter over Shadur Sanders. Rams head coach Sean McVay said he remains undecided on who Matt Stafford's backup will be to start the season. Jets head coach Aaron Glenn said Breece Hall, dealing with the groin injury, he's on track to play in Week 1 against the Titans. And Chiefs head coach Andy Reid said, we'll just see, when asked if Patrick Mahomes, dealing with the knee injury, would play in Week 1 against the Broncos. In baseball, the Red Sox, they beat the Marlins 4-2 today. They rematch at 6:40. The Yankees, they play the Astros at 7:05, and the Royals play the Blue Jays at 7:07. It's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
I root for an organization run by war criminals. How on earth did the Cleveland Browns just name Deshaun Watson the starter for Week 1? How? How do you possibly come to that conclusion unless you're the most inept organization in world history? That dude completely sucks on and off the field. He is horrible. He's garbage. This is the 5th season. I've seen this season before. It gets worse. He completely bombed at the press conference. That's a career-ending press conference, yet we gave him the keys to the franchise again for the 5th year in a row. War criminals run this organization. If you were at any of the games that Deshaun Watson's playing at, boo! Boo louder! If you're booing, you're not booing loud enough. What are we doing?
So that was yesterday. Did you end up getting the Factory of Sadness video? You got it ready to rock? That was yesterday.
Is it the same guy?
I don't think it's the same guy.
Okay.
But the Factory of Sadness video is from 2011 and also the Cleveland Browns.
Hey, Browns. Mike Polk, season ticket holder. Killer game in Houston today. Well, thank God we built you. What a blessing for the community. You are wasting valuable space on our majestic shoreline, and what do we get out of it from you? 10 miserable games a year, including 2 preseason games that it is actually statistically harder for a team to be this consistently bad than it is for them to occasionally accidentally be good. The probability is staggering. Did you happen to see that Packers-Chargers game today? It's like they're playing a different sport than you are. And here's what you have to understand. We don't even expect you to be good. We just want you to be watchable. Do you have any idea how low our expectations are? We don't expect you to win the Super Bowl. We just want you to look better than a Division III high school team. And listen, I know that there are way more important things in life than football, but you are supposed to be our pleasant distraction from those things. But all we do is pay you money to put us in a bad mood every week. You are a factory of sadness! I'll see you Sunday.
I'll see you Sunday, he finishes with.
I'll be back.
I mean, wow. It was never that. I said it yesterday. What Cleveland has is worse than it ever got here. The Bills were bad in a playoff drought. They were multiple times somewhat competitive. Mm-hmm. Even though they never finished like within a game of the playoffs. But whatever.
Right.
Like, whatever.
In the hunt.
They were in the hunt. And the Browns, I guess they've been in the hunt. But what the Browns just did, there's a lot of ways to say it. Like, they just announced the starting quarterback after the quarterback gave a career-ending press conference. It should have cut him the next moment and taken their medicine. But I guess they designate him a post-June 1 cut, but they don't have to start him. And again, like, the Browns, they just traded Myles Garrett. They got their picks.
So
they got Jared Verse.
They now have, well, I guess this would be the same because Watson has played for them before, but they put a number up on this earlier. The Browns, since 1999, have started 42 quarterbacks. which is 12 more than anybody else. To the Bills' point, the Bills had a playoff drought in that amount of time. You know what their number is?
Okay. How many quarterbacks started during the drought? I would want to guess that.
Okay, I can get that for you,
We can do that for trivia. But bet it's not that many. But the number for the Bills in the same period of time,
since 99.
Since 99, is 20.
18.
The
Browns are at 42.
Yeah.
Now, to be fair, the Bills rank way lower in this. I have the whole ranking. The Bills rank 21st. I mean, this is going to be Allen. 21st in the league in number of starting quarterbacks since 1999. That blows me away.
Yeah.
That they're not hot. I mean, I guess it wasn't that many different starting quarterbacks during the drought. Right? Like, you could probably get this, though. Like, the teams in the league that have started the most quarterbacks that are, like, 10 more than the Bills. Like, Chicago, 30 quarterbacks. How are the Bills only at 18? Were they never replacing quarterbacks during the drought?
I mean, they stuck with guys, yeah. They stuck with quarterbacks that they maybe shouldn't have. Like, Fitz had years here. And
Tyrod had years.
Edwards and Lossman were years together.
Yeah.
All right, so the quarterbacks of the drought?
Yeah.
How many?
There are...
Instant trivia. Let's go back in time. Let's harness our inner Cleveland. Quarterbacks from the drought.
So this is from 2000. Am I counting... Well, I guess it doesn't matter. Am I counting 2017?
No, they broke the drought. That team made the playoffs.
Even though the starts came before they made the playoffs.
Matt Castle is not an answer.
Well, I was wondering if Peterman would be an answer.
Oh, no.
Okay.
But Matt Castle started a game that year because he started the first game because he took the first snap. Remember
He
that?
is on the list.
He did start the year before?
It is 16 quarterbacks total.
16 quarterbacks started
and
a game?
Castle is one of them.
During the drought.
Castle's one, so if you don't want to count him, which you shouldn't.
Bledsoe.
48 starts.
Not all. I guess, yeah, all in the drought.
Yeah.
Okay, Bledsoe, Lossman, Manuel.
33 starts. Manuel, 17.
Edwards.
32.
Holcomb,
8. It felt like more. You're missing number 1. You said it earlier.
I said Fitz.
Oh, you said Fitz?
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
there you go.
okay,
53.
All right, 16 quarterbacks.
You've got the top 4.
Cardell Jones.
No, because I think he came in relief.
He played that game for Tyrod.
Manuel started, and they took him out, and then Cardell Jones went
under protest.
He did. Listen,
fine.
I'll say this: he deserves to be on the list more than Castle, but technically, it started a game.
All right, I accept it. Brian Brom,
2 games. Oh, this is going to be one fewer. Also, this is cheating. It has to be. Brad Smith is on this list.
Oh, yeah, that's not right. No, he did not play.
Did they start 2 games with him as a Wildcat at Wildcat?
Must have been.
Okay, doesn't count.
Hey, everybody, remember the Wildcat?
They signed a player specifically to run the Wildcat, and then they were terrible at it.
Every team decided they had to run some Wildcat.
Yeah.
There's never been a better example of the NFL being a copycat league. The Dolphins did it and actually set a trend and won a bunch of games, and every team's like, we have to have a package of Wildcat. We simply must.
Yeah. Yep.
All right.
And the Brad Smith part was, well, he could also throw. He played in college, and he attempted 1 pass, and it was intercepted.
Yeah. All right. Jeff Toole.
1 start. I was there.
Me too. Kansas City.
He threw a pick 6.
The Chiefs.
In the red zone.
The Chiefs were 9-0.
Really?
And the Bills were going to beat them, and he threw a pick 6 in the end zone.
I don't remember them.
The Chiefs were 9-0. Yeah.
And with Jeff Toole, they were
a totally phony 9-0, and everybody knew it. And we had a day at the stadium. We were about to knock off the Chiefs.
Yeah.
And the pick 6. And people got mad at Stevie Johnson for not running 120 yards and tackling the guy. not mad at the quarterback for making the dumb throw as Manuel shook his dude loose.
Sean Smith, 100-yard return touchdown. The Bills, okay, I don't remember it being this good. It was the 3rd quarter.
Yeah.
They had goal to go, and they were up 10-3.
And they were about to put the game away.
You had them. Wow.
Yeah.
All right, then he never played again.
Thad Lewis.
Correct. 5 starts. He was good.
I'm at 9. I need 7 more.
7 more.
Alex Van Pelt.
8 starts. Another player that came up during this segment before we started trivia that you haven't technically named yet.
Edwards, Lossman. Who?
Tyrod.
Oh, I don't count him because he was on a playoff team. So these are only drought.
But he started 2 seasons of the
All
drought.
Right, okay, fair.
Yeah, he's got to count.
Fair.
Even though he did break it. So you have like 4 or 5 left here?
5 left.
1, 2, 3. You got 3 left. 3 left.
Yeah. 3 left. Started a game for the Bills.
This would be another one where you might not want to count it because he was on playoff teams.
Okay. Is it like Todd Collins or something? Or Flutie, right.
5 games in the first 5 games of the drought.
Okay.
Which means another guy you might not want to count.
Who?
Rob Johnson.
Okay.
And then one more, totally in the drought. Well liked.
Well liked quarterback, drought.
Well liked.
Oh, Kyle Orton.
Kyle Orton. It's really not that many. It's less than 1 a year for a 17-year playoff drought.
Yeah. And the Browns,
42 in 27 years.
It's crazy.
They're averaging like 1.5 quarterbacks per season.
And they're going to have a new one next year, too.
Right. The other thing about that is the Bills relatively have had healthy quarterbacks. I know. I'm not going to.
I know.
But I'm going back. I'm not even saying Josh. Like, how many of the, your guy goes down and then you're rotating between 3 guys trying to find an answer to finish a season? And, like, who of the Bills has ever had, like, like Lossman had an injury, right? But Bledsoe never got hurt. Fitz never got hurt. Tyrod never got hurt.
Yeah.
Like, none of those guys ever missed games.
No, the most significant.
Edwards did.
All of the knocking on wood.
I'm not even saying him.
I'm
leaving him over here.
Are you trying to tell me the most significant Bills injury of the last 20 years is when Trent Edwards got knocked out in Arizona?
By Adrian Wilson.
That's the last significant Bills quarterback injury?
Yes.
And he missed a week.
No, it was more than that.
He didn't even miss a game, actually. There was a bye. He came back the next week and they beat the Chargers. And then he went out with a concussion. Then he missed a week.
Come on.
He didn't miss time. They
2008.
They went 5-1 by beating the Chargers at home.
Pro Football Reference has it. Captain check down next to his name. Disrespectful.
Love it.
He started the next game. Played well.
Yeah, and then
that was the game they lost power.
Then it went all haywire for Edwards.
He went 25 of 30, 261 and a touchdown.
I can't believe. Listen,
I think Fitz broke his ribs during one of those seasons, but he
played through it.
He played through it. We
Allen's
found out about it after
hurt
the year.
And played through it.
Tyrod missed 1 game, I think.
Leg.
Yeah, because Manuel played in London.
Yeah,
remember?
Lossman broke his leg in training camp,
but he wasn't even the starter yet.
No, that's right.
So, or he was about to be the starter.
No, it's his rookie year.
So
Bledsoe's still here.
Okay, so really, yeah, like,
man,
Edwards, like, yeah, they've been lucky in that department.
803-0550. Joe in Lancaster. Hey, Joe.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up?
Earlier this morning you were talking about, like, you were trying to predict their record through 5 games. You said if they end up 2-3 or even 3-2, they'd probably still be fine. And I disagree. If you want to be a contender, you have to at least beat Houston and the Patriots. Like, I could see. I don't see them beating the Rams, and like I'm okay with that, just because that roster is like literally the Avengers, and I don't think we compare. So I could see them losing the Rams and being 4-1. But like, if you want to be a contender, you gotta beat all those teams. And like, even like for the 1 seed, like if you're already 2 losses through 5 games, that could really put us in a bind. I mean, think of all the times we were 13-3 or 13-4, and we weren't the 1 seed. there were like a year where when we won 11 games, 13 would have got us the 1 seed. But starting 5 weeks in with 2 losses, I think puts us on not a great track.
Thanks, Joe. I would say the Bills did literally lose to Houston and New England last year as contenders, right?
Mm-hmm.
They are Brandon Cooks away from catching the ball from the AFC Championship game, so I do not think you have to beat those teams to be considered a contender. And for the 1 seed, you're probably not wrong. Like losing 2 games early in the race for the 1 seed to 2 teams that also will be possibly contenders for the 1 seed, whether that's New England or Houston, whatever.
Well, those 2 games were the difference between you being the 1 seed and not. And you would have had the benefit of not having to play in the wild card round, and then you would have been playing
like Denver. Somebody else comes here instead. Houston comes here instead of going to New England.
Which
I mean, New England.
You don't have to win that game.
New England had to win in the first round as well. It was only Denver that got the bye.
I guess I think Houston's different for that. Like, if there's anything in the regular season about like measuring stick, like I feel like I know the Bills can beat New England. I know they're better, they're different. They added Dobbs, they added AJ Brown, but I beat them last year. I almost beat them the first time, but I beat them last year, and I don't think there's some unbeatable, threat that I need to see it to believe it. Houston, I'm starting to get there. They're just such a house of horrors. They always lose there. That defense has been so good. And that unit, that's really what it is. I'd love to see Joe Brady and the Bills offense come out, and if they look good against the Houston defense in week 1, that'll do more for my psyche following this team than anything they could do against New England. Like New England, that'll feel great and divisional, that'll be important. But if you're talking like how they look and trying to figure out how good they actually are, I think their performance against the Houston defense will say more than anything else they do in the first 5 weeks.
I just feel like you can't lose 2 games early and be a contender. The Patriots, did they not start? Would they start? They lost early to the Raiders and the Steelers and then went to the Super Bowl.
Right.
I would say the opposite is true. I would say don't think too much about the team you are early in the season. It's the team you are at the end of the season that's obviously going to be most important. If you want to make it about the 1 seed, then yeah. I mean, I get that.
If they can go 4-1, I think they'll be favored to get the.
How about that? How about that as a deal? After week 5, I'll talk about. I'm ready to talk 1 seed. It should definitely be something we're hoping that they can get. But if they come through the first 5 weeks 4-1, then it's live. Especially if their only losses to
like Detroit,
the Rams or Detroit. Yeah,
right. If they can win the 3 AFC games.
Yeah, because. Someone in the chat referred earlier, or maybe it was on Twitter, said the AFC's wide open this year. And it depends on your definition of wide open. Because when it was from 2020 to 2023, it was like Bills and Chiefs. And that was not viewed as wide open. It was 2 teams. Mm-hmm. These are the 2 best teams. After that, where do they slot in? And the Chiefs have definitely abdicated their throne to some degree. They could get back, but they missed the playoffs. And picked in the top 10, and their quarterback is coming back from an injury, and they got a bunch of questions. If it's wide open now, I would agree, but I don't think that's because there's not anybody to take the throne. I think it's because you could make the case that 6 teams could do it. That's wide open. Like wide open.
I would even go to 8.
8?
I think there are 8 teams that can do it.
It's Buffalo, New England, Jacksonville, Houston, Cincinnati, Baltimore, the Chargers.
That's
7.
Denver.
8.
And I did not include Kansas City.
Right. And if any one of those 8 teams were to go to the Super Bowl, who's the most surprising? Is it the Chargers? Is it Jacksonville?
But even how big that would be surprising, but it wouldn't be like wouldn't it be less surprising than New England last year doing it? Put it that way. How many teams winning the AFC this year would be less surprising than New England doing it last year? Because New England at the beginning of last year winning the AFC would have sounded nuts.
Yeah.
You could actually say that same thing about Seattle winning the NFC. How many teams would be less surprising this year? Then I would include Kansas City and say 9. And I think I would agree that you can call the conference wide open if there are more teams that you feel like can win the conference than that will make the playoffs. Right?
Yeah.
They all can't make the playoffs. Someone surprising misses the playoffs just because
of those 8 teams, yeah.
Yeah. And again, Kansas City, you can put them in there if you want. I'm not going to.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, the Chiefs, by the way, are 7. On the odds, the Chiefs are 4th.
Right.
We didn't list the Chiefs, and they're 4th. So, yeah.
I'll bet against that.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, when you get to the NFC versus the AFC, like, all right, who has odds? Whatever, we have to get too far.
Well, do it the NFC. How many teams would you consider that could win the NFC? Is it the same or is it different? Rams can do it.
Yes.
Seahawks?
Yes.
Lions?
Probably yes.
Eagles?
No.
Okay. Niners?
Yes.
I mean,
I'd want to say no for the Niners. I think they're old and going to break down like they always do.
Green Bay? I'd put them in.
Okay. I want to know how Micah Parsons is.
Chicago?
Yes.
Dallas?
Yes. I
think I'm done then.
I'm going to be higher than anybody on Dallas this
So
year.
that's 6. So maybe there's like 2 or 3 more teams in the AFC
Yeah.
than there is in the NFC.
803-0550 is our phone number.
Did I miss anyone? Minnesota? No, right?
No.
Okay.
Not Minnesota. We're going to break in Jeremy and Joe.
Not the Commanders? That was something you missed. Everyone started to not like Jaden Daniels while you were gone
because
last week.
he tried to claim the number 5.
I
want to say this.
He told LSU, you're not allowed to use my name anymore because you gave number 5 to a corner.
I want to say this about that controversy and him catching flack for that. LeBron tried to trademark Taco Tuesday.
Well,
that should have gotten him more hate than anything Jaden Daniels ever did or anyone ever did.
Oh, it did.
You're trying to claim that I can't in my house say Taco Tuesday when we have tacos on Tuesday?
You can do that. You just
You're
can't make a
LeBron
shirt.
James. You're LeBron James. You don't have enough power in this world. You want to claim you can trademark Taco Tuesday? They should keep him out of the Hall of Fame for that.
I don't know if you want to come after LeBron because during this segment there was some news that Adam Schefter dropped about LeBron.
Oh, yeah? He's buying the Browns. What is it?
That would be fun. Him and the PGA are partnering to host the LeBron James Foundation Invitational at Firestone Country Club.
I've played Firestone.
Although, wait, it's not.
Do you want to know what I think of it?
It's not a PGA event. Never mind. It's an event for underrepresented aspiring professional golfers. So that doesn't sound like that's a PGA event then.
All right.
So, okay, he's partnering with the PGA.
North course, south course? Probably the south.
Did you play both?
Yes.
What's the one they played the tournaments on?
I'm pretty sure that's the south.
Okay.
The south course.
LeBron has a YouTube golf channel now, by the way.
Oh.
And I heard it is not good.
All right.
Like, compared to the other ones, it is really bad.
How bad is it? Is it I should check it out bad or don't bother checking it out bad?
I think
because there are things that are bad, like, oh, you got to see this is bad.
Yeah, and that's some golf. Like, I do enjoy the odd golf YouTube stream where the golfers are not good, and I watch them get mad at shots. When I heard this described as bad, it sounded to me more like it's just not that entertaining. Like, trying to be funny and, like, I don't know.
Did you catch yesterday? Here's how you know it's a controversy. Did you catch the Callaway Good commercial yesterday?
No.
My wife sent it to me. That's how.
Really?
Yeah. Callaway and the Good folks did a commercial, and it was one of those, it's been out for 10 minutes. Everybody hates you. You need to apologize.
Is it worse than the Grant Horvat recreating golf's best moments? It's worse than that?
It's far worse.
I saw a statement from Callaway. I didn't
Callaway
know.
already made a statement and said it should never have happened.
Their second statement on the topic.
Yeah.
It's not
It's
good.
it's one of those things where it's like, I don't know, the bro culture of golf that's out there on some levels, maybe the Grant Horvat, whatever. Anyway.
It was 15 seconds long. Did I just watch the whole thing?
No, it was a little longer, but you only needed 15 seconds. A woman's going to go.
A woman goes to pick a club out of a bag, and a guy comes down and
body
tackles her
checks
to the ground
and says, "Don't touch my driver."
Don't touch my driver.
And that's the ad.
And that's the whole
like,
thing.
Whoa.
Right.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Right.
What was even the sales pitch on that?
It was
no idea.
This guy cares so much about his driver, he'll commit domestic violence.
Push
to
women.
save
Are
it.
we serious?
I don't know. It's crazy
that's
that it passed any focus groups.
And then there was a second half of it that was weirder.
I never even got to that part. I was like, whoa.
Yeah, the second part was like you're watching Requiem for a Dream. It got really weird.
Oh, wow.
Where, from pushing women to weird, I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, wow. Awesome.
It lasted a day.
Yeah, did not. Yeah.
Here's our new ad. Holy cow, sorry.
Yeah.
People getting fired.
I bet that
People
ends
are
their
getting
relationship.
Callaway
with
stock
good
is
good.
down today, so
Yeah.
How much?
Good. I want to know
nothing crazy.
the good stock. They are probably
It's
gonna get
mistakes were made being in the public.
Mistakes
the
were
release,
made.
the
Mistakes
release.
were made. All right, we'll get a break in 803-0550 if you want to join us for anything really here on WGR. The Browns, we talked about this a little yesterday, Joe. The Browns did the thing that we knew they couldn't do and shouldn't do, but we're gonna do, which is go to Deshaun Watson.
It's nuts.
It's hilarious, but they're doing it because they're gonna throw him to the Wolves for 2 games and then go to Shedeur Sanders, right? And you can't go the other way. You can't start Sanders and go to Watson. In this case, you play Watson for 2 games and then go to Sanders. But the point I made yesterday, you weren't here for, we had a little fun with, was I think the Browns, they don't have to stay here in this low rock bottom spot for very long. But I think that the spot the Browns are in right now is worse than any spot the Bills were in during the drought. It's not as long. They've made the playoffs. They might get out of it. But to start that guy who the fans openly hate, and he knows they hate him, and he said that they don't like him personally.
Right. Yeah, man, there never was a season going in where
Jeremy,
you
we're
would
here
have been
for Riverfront.
that upset with a starting quarterback of the Bills.
The way the Browns...
They went in, I remember, was it the first year of Chan, and they ran back Edwards again. And I remember being like, this is a waste of time, but he was cut 2 weeks later.
Yeah, it lasted 2 weeks.
Yeah, and then he wasn't on the team.
Yeah.
He didn't just hang around as the backup. He was just not on the roster anymore. But we didn't, hate his guts personally.
No.
Like this.
I know. No, I think Josh is on a really good man. I love how he's spinning it, how he's playing football right now, and he's obviously the leader of our football team, and he'll be right there with me. Hopefully, I'll let him call some plays. Maybe on Thursday. He wants it all the time, but Josh is in a really good place.
Joe Brady. Josh Allen's in a graphic the Bills have sent out for Christmas Day. Bills will wear their red helmets with the white unis and red socks, maybe as well.
Huge.
Yeah.
That's something that some have clamored for, and they have not done that, I don't believe, in a very long time. That's very 90s, what they wore in the 90s. So that's a development. I didn't think they would wear red. It wasn't a part of their uniform, the Red Sox. We knew the red helmets were coming. I think the red helmet looks way better with the white uniform.
I do too. I'm not someone that wants the red helmet with the blue uniform, but I think it looks better with the white. Also, by the way, good morning. If you're joining us on our YouTube stream, you can do that anytime. We're on YouTube. We stream the show live. You can catch it later, hang out with us. But if you're going to jump in the chat, we have a couple of rules. We have a new rule. We've just established a new rule to be in the... You know what? Let's do what's going on in the chat. Let's bring this in as what's going on in the chat because we've established a new rule. By the way, Derek is in the chat. Is it the real Derek Kramer? Not impersonation?
Yes.
Actual Derek Kramer.
In the bullpen.
Derek's in the bullpen. All right, let's check on what's going on in the chat.
Jimmy Vaughn. Come on, Vaughn. I know he hadn't done very well against this guy, but I got a hunch he's due.
Good morning to the chat on YouTube. The chat we're treating now as a character on the show.
No. See, that's why I love it. We don't even have to mention a guy and just bam, everyone's fist fighting in the chat.
The chat is like, you look out in your backyard and you see like, what are the dogs doing out there? And you just find out like they're after something. Few rules. Ground rules in the chat. No insults. No swearing. Owen's the mod, right? He's got his rules.
Sure, yeah.
No insults, no swearing. No suggesting Lake Ontario change to Lake America.
Right.
That's not allowed in the chat.
Stay away.
And also, we have a new rule. This one's just been established. Someone popped in the chat and wrote in all caps, Hellebuck.
Oh, kid.
Which led to all of us scrambling to the internet. Whoa! What is it? What? And of course, nothing.
Obviously.
So that guy got banned for like 5 minutes.
I think I give him 60 seconds.
Don't
in the timeout.
Put him in
you can't do
the
that.
box. Twitter is the place where degenerates go to try and get people because they have nothing better to do in their lives. Our chat is a little more high society than that. We're not going to accept that kind of behavior. Don't try to get us to get got. Don't act like players are getting traded here unless they are. In which case, please do. So there we go. We got a new rule in the chat. What else going on in the chat today? Anything?
No, not much in there. It's standard off-season talk. Lots of Bills. Brady's gonna suck. Brady's gonna be awesome. Josh Allen's great.
Sure.
A lot of that. Standard stuff.
Right.
My usual suspects in here: AC, J. Bud, Nick and Depew.
I did read a Winnipeg Sun article from yesterday about how awkward it will be if Hellebuck is back in training camp with the Jets. And, that could happen, but that it's going to be
weird.
Yeah.
They're saying it'd be like Deshaun Watson being no, it wouldn't be like that at all.
They know his heart is they know his heart is elsewhere.
Mm-hmm. His heart is in Buffalo. How could it not be?
It kind of is. If you're him, you want to win. There's only two places right now that need a goalie. The team you're on, and this one. That's it. Where would you rather? Where are you going to win? Tell me it's not 10 times more likely to win here right now than it is in Winnipeg.
That's definitely true. I think New Jersey has a case for it.
Yeah, that's right.
I've talked about New Jersey, and Sonny Maeda was hired as their general manager, and he is probably as forward-thinking analytically as a guy as there is in the league. And to me, I highly, highly, highly doubt that profile of GM decides I'm going to go trade for the old goalie.
And there was literally a report that said they weren't in on it anyway.
It just doesn't make sense to me. In terms of his philosophy and his approach, everything I've heard him say, it would be sort of out of character for him to decide, like, an old goalie is going to be what puts us over the top. Like, numbers don't necessarily suggest that that's the smartest decision, and he tends to go pretty much by the numbers.
This is just a long-distance staring contest. That's all this is.
So, too.
Elena Getzenberg, ESPN, has tweeted that Josh Allen has a new partnership with Pizza Hut and Pepsi.
Wow.
And you're going to be seeing him in ads this year with the new mascot who goes by the name of Huddy.
Huddy. Oh.
Huddy. There you go.
Huddy. We're going to get a Pizza
What does
Hut
Huddy look like?
Listen, all I want to know is what kind of pool or bet can we get on how long it is before Josh Allen is in a movie? He'll have a movie career, right?
Huddy looks like Elmo, but with
the Pizza Hut roof,
a chain, a gold chain, and the Pizza Hut roof as a head.
His head is the Pizza Hut roof.
Yeah,
that's the head.
Huddy, this is quite the mascot. The chain really pulls it all together.
The real question is, can Spaceballs and Pizza the Hut cease and desist them for Huddy?
That's a very good question.
This is really quite a character here. He's he's got fur on his arms.
I don't know.
I will say, is this replacing, wasn't Tom Brady doing Pizza Hut ads?
Josh Allen was doing some.
I'm pretty sure he was doing Papa John's. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
I don't know. No, Tom Brady did the Pizza Hut on the porch.
Right.
I think they both did them at different points in time.
Yeah, he was. He's been in Pizza Hut stuff. He's been in Pizza Hut stuff
with Pepsi too. Is that another Buffalo Pepsi thing incoming?
I think that one. We'll leave that in the past.
Yeah.
Allen in a movie after he's done playing would be my guess.
For sure.
Yeah, he wasn't even in the Bills Hallmark movie.
I will take.
He was not.
Hold on. I'll take the under. He will be in a movie before he's done playing. I'll take the under.
I'll bet that.
All right. Good one on the
Just
bet board.
even a cameo?
We got room up
Just
there.
cameo. Josh Allen appears in a movie before he finishes his football career.
When's the last time an active NFL player was in a movie?
NFL?
Are you talking like a cameo? Are you
Sure.
talking like he's like a star?
I'm saying he's in the
starring
movie.
in the
Tom
movie.
Brady was in Ted 2.
Are we
while he was
talking
playing.
Tom Brady was in Ted 2.
Are we talking
LeBron's
Dan Marino and Ace Ventura? Or are we talking like
That was after his career, right? That didn't overlap?
I thought that overlapped.
Okay.
Like that's you're starring in the film versus like you make a 10-second appearance.
Appearance at all. Any appearance at all counts.
Okay, but not on the TV. You
If
can't have
it's
a
a-
guy in the movie watching Josh Allen play. And
All
that
right,
doesn't
fair.
count.
That's good. That's good legalese. Yes, correct.
Yes. I want to get that out.
However, if in the movie they're watching Josh Allen play and Josh Allen delivers a line on the television in the movie that's for the movie, that's in the movie.
There's going to be a moment where we have to go hunt down.
Let's get Gene's territory.
yeah,
Gene,
ruling
is
on that.
Josh Allen in this movie?
Yeah.
Clay Matthews was in Pitch Perfect. I remember that.
Okay.
Marshawn Lynch was at 80 for Brady.
I was going to say
That was after. That was
80 for Brady.
You ever see it?
No.
That needs to be.
I didn't finish last in a fantasy league.
I would say like last place punishment or something. Or
No.
Have you seen it?
No.
Oh, okay.
I forgot that
course
even
not.
existed.
That's probably good. I'm looking. I don't know the last time it's happened. So,
Who else
I mean,
is in?
his wife being in Hollywood does help.
Brett Favre in Something About Mary.
Rex Ryan and That's My Boy.
Okay.
I guess that's not a player, though.
Don't remember that. Eric Mangini was in The Sopranos. That's not a movie.
I look forward to seeing him. I'm in season 2.
That's going to be great. So we got the bet in on movie when Josh Allen is like in Game of Thrones. Well, House of the Dragon now. That's not a movie.
Right.
Aaron Rodgers was in Game of Thrones. He was burned alive by a dragon. He was in it for 3 seconds.
Brady was in Entourage, too.
Yep.
Okay. You think Allen wants to be an actor? That's like, I don't know. He just wants to golf. He hasn't got time to act.
What's he in all these commercials for?
Pizza.
Yeah.
It would be funny, like, hey, what's the deal? They're just going to send me all the pizza I want.
I get unlimited pizza.
Yeah.
It's
If he
it's Kramer with the lifetime supply of coffee.
If he really is the full golden retriever like everyone says he is, then all of his deals, like, he's got ads for potato chips. Like, they just said they'd send me chips every day.
Right.
I said yes.
Right.
Yeah. Extendo Sports coming up. Josh Allen appearing in Pizza Hut commercials this NFL season. Yeah. All right, Extendo Sports, then Zach and Derek coming up on the Extra Point Show on WGR. Programming note today, Extra Point Show coming up. And then who's on in the afternoon? Shope and Bulldog both off.
Both.
It's true.
Who's in?
I am going to be in for the afternoon drive show, 3 to 7,
Wow.
with Mr.
Nice.
Brad Ryder.
You and Brad.
Me and Brad are going to hold that down. And then who's on before us? Why don't you tell us, Joe Kelly?
Oh, that's fun. Yeah, Tim Graham and I from 1 to 3.
Tim Graham and Joe Kelly 1
Nice.
to 3. Brad and Owen 3 to 7.
Yep.
All right.
We're holding it down while you guys golf.
How about it? We are playing golf. We got like a big wig golf event.
Yes.
Yep.
Mr.
We
Fancy Pants is over there.
We need a team event somehow.
We do need a team event. 2-man best ball. We got 8 golfers. We got to just get something done. It's got to be competitive.
Has to.
Yes.
I got to feel like I care about shots and also get mad. I want to get mad a little bit. Really, any way I could beat Nate, if it would be great. So I'll get as many strokes
Whatever
as possible.
format gets.
If I could just,
Have you tried, like, asking him about how he sways before he swings, just like get in his head, like, because
The
he does
waggle?
that. He does that real sway thing. And I think if you make him think about that,
No, I think he's definitely a sway swinger.
Oh yeah,
100%.
Big time.
Yeah, he is back and forward
Right.
like he's throwing a baseball.
yeah.
Yeah, it's good.
He is
plays enough. He better be.
I'm gonna beat him next year. That's my goal.
Yeah?
To beat Nate next year at some point.
You can do that one of two ways: get better, or just like find ways to make him worse.
Right.
Got to play the mental game.
I think I'm gonna try and be better.
Be a competitive round out there today. The big dog's playing really well.
Yeah, he is.
Bulldog played with him yesterday.
Yeah.
Be a competitive round out there today.
Yeah.
I just saw a leak of the Texans.
Oh,
I think this is real.
Rivalry
the
uniform?
Texans,
Oh, no.
and it is. No, it's great.
It's going to be great.
There's like a splatter pattern to it.
Oh,
It's got a
Show
white
me.
horn with a blue. I got a monitor here. I don't know if I can.
Sounds a little
You got to show
scary
it to him.
me.
I'll come around and look at it. Because judging my first reaction to the Texans rivalry uniform, by the way, they all come out today. The font is why they're going to win.
Yeah.
A great font makes a jersey. Toronto Blue Jays are the best font in sports.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes,
their
they
jerseys,
do.
and their
That
jerseys
line
are
pattern.
It's incredible.
It's
the
really
numbers.
good, yeah.
And the Texans, these jerseys look good. I'm going to come all the way around.
Yeah, come over and then we're gonna go back.
Fill the air for him.
yeah.
I'm curious because splatter to me.
Is it like a
Listen,
little paint splatter?
I'm just going to say this. Sometimes good things get a bad nickname, and the nickname will ruin it, and those are going to be called funfetti.
Funfetti.
Right?
It is kind of a
It's
fun,
a little bit of
yeah.
a funfetti.
I know exactly. Yeah, it's
a
kind of a funfetti.
Or like a sprinkles. Like, I like it,
Sprinkles.
but it's a
What
white.
are they going for? Like stars,
Yes,
maybe in the
space.
sky.
Definitely space.
Yeah.
But the jersey's white.
Right.
Space isn't
But if you did dark with stars, that's lame. White's cool.
true.
Yeah.
I
We
think-
talked about how all the teams went dark last year.
You
which
don't
wasn't
like
great.
the Packers ones.
I think the Packers ones look like the Edmonton Eskimos. They look like they are
Yeah, they're bad.
CFL jerseys, and they're terrible. The Packers are terrible. The Lions leak is terrible.
Is there any jersey you think is salvageable by a good helmet?
Nickel City had a chance, but I think the helmet on Nickel City has a lot more potential than the jersey. But the good news is, I think one of these jerseys is about to be worse than the Nickel City.
That's good.
If the Lions leak is legit, the helmet might save it. Maybe the pants save it. The Lions look like they went to the old Jets template when they went when they looked like they were in the MAC.
Oh.
So the Lions leak looks bad. We'll see how it all happens today. We'll be back tomorrow to review jerseys, to talk to Joe Marino of the Locked On Bills podcast, preview, of course, Bills Steelers, talk trash about our golf round we got today, and maybe talk about a Connor Hellebuck trade, Joe. It's waiting on you.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you make something happen about that, huh?
Want me to drive to Winnipeg?
Do something.
Actually, he's not in Winnipeg. Where is he right now? Michigan? Yeah, gotta take a remote. Joe goes on the road. He's chasing Hellebuck.
These Bears jerseys, they're they're Illinois. They're just wearing Illinois jerseys with an H on them for Hallis. Also, although the font is like old school too. Whatever. Texans may be good. We're back tomorrow. Thank you.